Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Elizabeth, you turned off the waiting room because I have someone sitting there.
Yeah, she just hasn't responded to going to the.
Very good. Sorry.
I have a feeling today's going to be closest to the conversation we were seeking in the beginning. So that should be nice.
That's if Eric doesn't ruin it.
Well, I probably will,
Yeah.
just to put you at ease.
Is the
Oh,
puppy okay?
my first speaker is not here yet, is she?
Good morning, Jorge.
Tammy, have you heard anything from Sarah yet?
No, I'll check in with her. And now we do have the participants in the audience here, and welcome everybody. We'll get started in just a minute. Okay, well, it is officially 9 o'clock here in South Carolina, and we can go ahead and get started with our third symposium in the new Librarianship Symposia series. And David Lankeys will begin our morning. Welcome, everybody.
Welcome, everybody. Indeed. I'm so glad to have you here in Zoom and those live streaming on YouTube. We're up for a pretty good great conversation today. This is the third in our series. If you haven't had a chance, the recordings are available for the first two on post-neutrality librarianship, where we had a very interesting discussion around the idea of librarians' roles and how they can be objective or not objective. And I think one of the interesting outcomes of that one was the discussion that perhaps post-neutrality is the wrong term because it implies that at some point in the past we were neutral. So I recommend you take a look at that. We have the papers as well that you can take a look at. The second one was on equity, diversity, and inclusion. Dr. Clayton Copeland got us working on that. And there was a whole really interesting conversations around issues of how we join the conversations. And one of the concepts that really stuck in my mind was the discussion of how librarians feel valid in these types of interactions, validity through sort of their self-agency, through legal means or institutional means. And so that was a very interesting conversation, once again, about the role we can play. Which brings us to today. The idea here is that increasingly through technology, but other ways, we are becoming much more of a global library community. When we talk about outstanding programs, they may be in the US, they may be in Singapore, they may be in Denmark or the Netherlands, but that we're really learning from each other. And one of the questions that I hope we get into today is talking about when we cross those borders. When we cross those borders, what is it that allows us to collaborate and what may be barriers to collaboration? What is it in terms of our education and our background? What is the cultural idea and identity provided to librarians? How can we adapt different concepts that may be in very different environments to work for our local communities? So we are really part of a global community, and I think we have a good representation of what's happening that here now today. I've asked, we've had some absolutely outstanding sponsors that have made this possible, including the Library of Congress, who's providing this infrastructure today. and different the Black Caucus of the American Library Association. We've had participation by the National Library of the Netherlands. And I've asked one of our significant partners who really adds a lot of weight to these conversations and these importance. So I've asked Liz Jolly, who is the Chief Librarian of the British Library, to join us briefly and just have a welcome and an introduction. Liz, are you available?
Yeah, thanks, David. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
So I'll just talk for a couple of minutes, but I think David's far more articulate than I can ever be. So just think about where we are at the moment, quite apart from its terrible death toll. The COVID-19 pandemic has impacted on global society in ways we could hardly have imagined a couple of years ago. And libraries across the world have responded quickly, creatively, innovatively to the crisis, and fully ongoing that commitment that's always been there about serving their communities. And in some countries, public libraries, often thought of as not quite really relevant in the 21st century, were very much able to show their worth. And there has been a rapid pivot to digital, and you know, I'm sure we've all heard a lot about that. And for many libraries in all sectors, that's meant that services can be delivered to a wider group, not limited by geographical boundaries, national or international. And that's often posited as a good thing. But I would say that the reverse of that is that that's also exposed digital inequalities in terms of access, both to the resources themselves and the support and the communities that people need and value. As well as the drastic changes wrought by COVID, protests that followed the murder of George Floyd in the United States have inspired national and international conversations and caused us as a profession to at last begin to actively address racism, diversity and inclusivity issues. At the British Library, as the National Library of the UK, we've revised our vision in the light of COVID in a new document called Living Knowledge for Everyone. Our previous vision was called Living Knowledge, and we really wanted to stress that we are everyone's national library and to publish what we were doing to make that even more true than it is at the moment, and to look at how we were working collaboratively across the country. And we've developed a race equality action plan. So what will these changes mean to our profession in a post-pandemic or even an endemic COVID world? The idea of the new normal is now common, but how can we really build back better as part of a global community of librarianship as posited by IFLA? And I'm aware that's the subject of next week's symposia. How are we going to ensure that we retain the lessons learned and become a truly global learning community and community of practice for librarianship? For me, librarianship is about enabling and supporting learning in its widest sense, in terms of academic success, in terms of full participation as an active citizen in society, in terms of enjoyment, and in terms of learning to be, or as David puts it better and much more succinctly, facilitating knowledge creation in our communities. So as librarians, we need to continue to learn and develop as effective and reflective practitioners throughout our careers to ensure that we can fulfill that role successfully. I agree, I don't think librarians ever have been neutral. We're part of wider society and part of the debate. The lack of diversity in terms of people and in terms of thinking in our profession has impacted on our collections and our content in terms of what they represent, what we acquire and what we preserve, on our spaces and how accessible they are and how they're perceived to be, on what skills are considered as key to information, digital and media literacies, as well as the direct impact on staff and on the communities that we want to serve. We need to take ownership of these issues, to listen, to learn, and most importantly, to take collective professional action. Throughout my career, I've been inspired by thinkers from the worldwide librarianship community, some of whom are here today. In the UK, I'd suggest that as an applied profession, we, and I very much include myself here, have not always been as effective as we could be at ensuring communication and knowledge creation and transfer across the whole library community in terms of plugging that gap between practitioners and academics or faculty. That's why I'm really excited by the new Librarianship Symposia. They're a fantastic opportunity for listening to and learning from colleagues from different contexts to our own, and to look upwards and outwards, and to consider how we can apply that different thinking in our own context. As Jan Holmqvist has said, my viewpoint as a global librarian is that you cannot use the same tools everywhere. You have to translate the global inspiration into the local context to make real positive changes in your local community. I look forward to hearing some global inspiration this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. I really appreciate that. And thank you for plugging the next and last symposium, which will be next Thursday, on developing a new normal agenda. With this, I'm going to turn it over to this session's primary organizer, Tammy Blumenfield, to get us started.
Thank you so much, Liz, and thank you so much, David. It's just a real pleasure to be here today and to hear from everyone and to have everybody joining us. So thank you all. I'm an anthropologist by training. I am coming as a second area to the world of information science and library studies. And so it's been really interesting to see the intersections between the cross-cultural comparisons that we do as anthropologists and the ways that library leaders and staff people and information professionals all over the world are starting to really take the similar kinds of approaches that anthropologists would in terms of looking at what community needs are and trying to see how to serve communities in a way much more broadly than what I had expected before entering this field. I never really thought that people would do the kinds of things that are happening in the most innovative spaces, where libraries are no longer just places for borrowing books and perhaps having a program or two, but libraries have become pivotal centers of communities, as we will hear later today. So it's a real pleasure for me to have this opportunity to convene this day of very interesting sessions. I'll just say a word about where we are going. And Christina, if you don't mind going ahead to the next slide, where we can see the agenda. We have a really robust day, but we have time for conversation, and it is our deep, deep desire that everybody here participates through comments, through questions. We mean this not only to be an opportunity for people to present their ideas and then for everybody to ask a question, but also to give us your perspective. We know everybody in this room has something to contribute, and if you are a panelist later in the day or you've gone already, please continue to share your ideas and help us make connections, because that's really what we've tried really hard to set up as a day for us to learn from each other and hear from one another. I will point out that the papers for this symposium are all posted. Many of them are posted in our Scholar Commons area. And Michael or Christina, if you could put the link to the papers in the chat, that would be great. So if there's a break or anything like that, people can take a look at some of the pre-recorded materials and the papers. We really designed this day for people to look at that in advance, hear a little bit today from the presenters, and then have a conversation about those ideas. So it's multidisciplinary, multi-format, and multi-layered agenda. So the basic structure you can see, we will have our first panel in just a minute about internationalization and diplomacy. Then we'll have regional perspectives coming next. And the third panel is dialogue and engagement, transcending categories, where we'll hear a little bit about trying to apply some ideas from China and Taiwan in the US, and trying to take international categories of music and put those into library catalog systems, which are not necessarily set up for kind of a broad, different set of category organization. Then we will have, before the third session, we'll actually have a lunch break with breakout room discussion. So I encourage people to take that time to join a breakout room, think about your reactions to some of the things you've been hearing, and we'll just assign breakout rooms randomly. People have the option of joining. They'll be invited to join a breakout room, but you don't need to say accept the invitation to join. But if you'd like to, it should be a good way to try to emulate the kinds of hallway conversations that we would usually have at a conference. And then the very last session is quite exciting. It's a roundtable of 3 Indigenous librarians who will be talking about some issues in connecting international influences and Indigenous librarianship. They are quite dynamic leaders in their field, and I'm very excited to have that on our schedule. It's kind of a special treat for our symposium to have a roundtable like this. And finally, we'll have a 20 minutes for synthesis at the end of the day. So please do your best to join us for as much of this as you can. We understand people need to come in and out, but we're just excited to have you here, and thank you very much for that. Okay, and then I think the next slide, we can go ahead and talk a little bit about the structure for each panel. It will be a little bit different for each one, but the basic idea is the moderator will introduce the session and the presenters. Panelists will share their ideas briefly, then we'll have that moderated discussion and the final thoughts and ideas from the panelists. And like I say, we'll have plenty of time for comments. We can go ahead to the next slide, please. We will be moderating the discussions, and we ask that people use the raise hand feature in Zoom to request to speak. We would like to actually hear your voice when you ask a question. So we'll collect the questions and send them to the moderators, but moderators, please feel free to ask people to unmute as well, so that they can, have more of a conversation. We deliberately chose the Zoom meeting format over the Zoom webinar format because we didn't want this to be like a one-sided conversation. We wanted this to be something where we can hear each other's voices. Consider turning on your video if possible and if appropriate, because that again just makes us feel like we're in the room together. And then we will use our executive authority as hosts to mute if necessary. And if the sessions do go over time, we will start to warn the moderators. And then as chair, I have the right to mute and close out the session. So don't anticipate needing to do that, but just be aware that that might be down the pipeline if needed. Okay, and then I believe the next slide is just introducing our session. Okay, so thanks everybody very much and welcome. And we'll switch gears here to introduce our fantastic first moderator, Eric Boekstein from KB National Library of the Netherlands. And I have a moment to tell you about him. So Eric is Senior Advisor at the National Library of the Netherlands. In 2015, he was named the best librarian in the Netherlands, which is quite an honor. He was also named Library Journal's Mover and Shaker of the library world in 2009. And Eric has a quite diverse set of activities and professional roles. He is a board member of Story House in Chester in the UK. He's a SLIS Fellow in the United States and a consultant for Public Libraries 2020, as well as founding father of Public Libraries 2030. He is a facilitator and consultant for the International Federation of Library Associations, owner and producer of Shinachi Media and This Week in Libraries, as well as Shinachi Tours. And to sum up, he is a global library motivator, musician, and author. It's my delight to introduce Eric to present our first panel, and looking forward to hearing the panel's ideas. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you, Tommy. And it's an honor, really, to be here among this group of people. I mean, I've been really looking forward to this, and I'll try to talk as less as possible and leave some room for the speakers, because we have some great speakers in the room today. As you can see, the National Library of the Netherlands is here behind me. Just briefly, it's a beautiful building. It holds the headquarters of IFLA, Europeana. There's always a buzz going on there. And if you're around, let me know, and I'll be happy to meet you for coffee and talk some more. But let's get to our speakers. We have 3 presentations in this hour. As Tommy pointed out, there's plenty of room for interaction. So please raise your hand or put your questions in the chat. I hope to see them later on. But first, let's get to the introduction of our great speakers who really put an effort in making this happen. It's up to them. The first speaker we have is Sarah Wingate Gray. I know Sarah from 2009. We met at Internet Librarian in London, and we did an interview outside. She has always been an inspiration. At that time, she was traveling around a lot with a bag of poetry books in her bag and handing them out in different places in the world, sleeping in the weirdest places. And there are very few more passionate librarians in the world than Sarah. She's now a lecturer at UCL in London and a doctoral candidate. She's written a piece on taking us back to the future, opinions on what libraries are She will talk about Hannah Arendt and going back from the past, hopefully to the future, and shine a light on some possible futures that we may have. Second speaker is Randolph Mariano from Norway, PhD research fellow in library media and documentation program. I think Randolph used to study in the Philippines for his library study, and he's going to talk about library diplomacy within the international relations and library and information science context. After that, we have Jeffrey Davis from San Diego. So it's really diverse. We go from the UK to Norway to the US. Jeffrey has 24 years of experience as a public librarian, mostly as a branch officer or leading online services in libraries in Manhattan, South the Bronx, downtown, Los Angeles, and now in San Diego. I was really impressed with Jeffrey's way of taking the library out of the building and like fluidly making the library visible in other places that you don't expect. So engines of social infrastructures, it is. Let's waste no more time and go to Sarah. I asked her, all the three of them, to present some slides, but mostly focus on the story because I love stories. And I know you do too. So Sarah, come in and take us back to the future and hopefully back again.
Thanks very much, Eric. And great to see you again here on screen, if not in person. We haven't seen each other for some time, but fantastic that we can all be here. And as Liz said in her introduction, it's been a very strange and difficult time for everyone. And libraries, as we've seen, have massively stepped up under such circumstances. And I hope today a little bit of what I'm talking about suggests that is obviously what we might well expect libraries to do in such circumstances, as both an infrastructure, but also as part of my paper, I'm kind of arguing that I think that libraries, in terms of their core values, but also their kind of their place, if we will, in society, actually stands to some extent to remedy injustice and also to enable an equalization. So senses of kind of spatial justice as well. And I take this from the work of Hannah Arendt, looking at her unpickings, particularly in her works, The Human Condition and On Revolution, her unpickings around the concepts of autonomy and power and freedom. And my paper really takes a historical bent because I felt that this was a particularly interesting way to understand the origins, the beginnings of when the public library as an actual legal entity comes into being. And so we find this with the 1850 Public Libraries Act in England at this time. And so I kind of started the paper dating it and saying, well, this is an interesting time that perhaps should cause us to look at in some more detail. Perhaps there are things that this can tell us and shed light on things in the here and now, but also give us some sense of future visions too. And I think the two main points that I really want to get across here in the small time that we have and to address are the points that I've just iterated in terms of Hannah Arendt suggesting that there needs to be remedies for injustice, and that an equalization needs to occur. And this is in terms of publics, right? So the idea that one can become part of a public, whether that is the general public sphere or what Michael Warner and Nancy Fraser, and I know there's many other colleagues in this conference who've used the work of Nancy Fraser in particular, which is excellent to see. But both those parties, their recognition that this idea of a counter public, right? Or Fraser's phrasing of an alternate counter public. So in the 19th century, we can understand a counter public perhaps as the working classes, for example, as a homogenous group, and maybe in fact women as working class women could be seen as a subaltern counterpublic, because actually they are being excluded from, for example, Chartist meetings. If you look at the discourse around Chartism and those in the working classes trying to push for suffrage, it's still to some extent male suffrage, right? It's not universal suffrage. So I think there's an argument to be made there to see actually these counterpublics, as Warner and Fraser term them, are in operation. And certainly we can understand how they might be in operation in today's world as well, right? That not all of us have access to the public sphere. And in the public sphere, in the modern sense, I want that to be understood here as the ability to access information that has an important part to play, perhaps in your life world, in your political understandings and actions, in your social imaginaries. And I think this is particularly important for public libraries and their historic role in terms of fiction, the fiction question, as it's been known over the century, and the pushback that there was from the origins in terms of having fiction in public libraries, and why are we giving this type of information literature to the masses? It's not of use, it's not useful, quote unquote, knowledge. I think there's a fantastic argument to be made, and I make it in some other papers elsewhere that I'm writing at the minute, around actually the importance of imaginative literature in particular, because it opens up this social imaginary space. I am situated in my house in X city now in the UK or in Norway or in the Philippines or wherever I am. I might be imagining other lives and other worlds for myself, right? That's a form of emancipatory freedom that I can do in my mind, but also through accessing texts that facilitate that too. So I think that's particularly important also as a framework to pull in. It's not something I go into in detail in the paper. There's another paper I've got coming down the pipeline that focuses on that, but they're all connected, right? And I think that this is why having all of those different sources in a public library, so your novels, your plays, plus your non-fiction texts, all of that together, it creates a space of discourse, right? So why I think the public library is a super agency and a kind of a super publicity network is because it not only literally contains discourses, the people who are in the building, and as members of this public sphere interacting in a public way in a public library building, but also it hosts this discourse itself. It holds this discourse as part and parcel of its fundamental purpose, right? The idea that there are collections in libraries, traditionally understood as texts, but obviously in the 20th and 21st century, moving to other media forms. We see this in the 1960s. There are arguments about why should there be gramophone records in public libraries, right? Again, pushback happens. It's simply another media format. We can understand it as potentially a source of knowledge and information. So I think this speaks, interesting ideas for us to help us understand how we might get to future visions. And I want to just kind of pose some questions here for our audience and for the discussion, really. And one of them is the one that I pose in my paper, to say perhaps we're asking the wrong questions when it comes to saying, what should a public library do in the 21st century? Actually, maybe the question should be, would X that we are proposing facilitate equality, right? Or would X that we are proposing remedy some form of injustice? Yes. And the important part to add here is that Hannah Arendt, makes some, there are some boundaries around this, right? I'm not suggesting that necessarily public libraries should become soup kitchens or be involved in the wider scene of taking part in remedying injustices in many guises, lawsuits, et cetera, et cetera. Importantly, she says that actually it's in certain respects and for specific purposes, right? So I think that's two important caveats to couch around the boundaries of what a public library should be doing, but similarly also it helps us delineate what a research library should be doing, what a national library perhaps should be doing, and they will have different gradations, right, because of these different purposes and the certain respects that they've been set up, right? A national library has, if you will, a requirement to the nation, right, versus a public library who has that relatedness and connection with their specific local community. And similarly, an academic library, a research library, has a specific community, but again, it's specific in certain ways and with specific types of texts. So I think Arendt enables us to unpick this in a little bit more detail and give us some of that detail around what a vision in the 21st century might look like for all these different types of knowledge institutions. Emphatically, they all are, though, galleries, libraries, museums, etc. You know, the GLAM acronym as it's known. They're all part of the publicity network, fundamentally. But I want to make an argument here to say the public library is potentially, in my words, the site of counter-public discourse. And it's the site, I think, of enabling some remedying of this injustice and this equalization to occur. So just some starting points for people there. And Eric, feel free to throw things back at me and so on and so forth.
No, I was not unmuted yet. Sorry, Sarah. You're excellent, kept within time, and what a powerful story. I mean, I missed the word democracy. If I have one question before we go to Randall, because we save your questions for after this week presentation, and we'll go into them and have some other people as well on the board here ask some questions. But I missed the word democracy in the speech, because do you think it's like, you talk about discourse, is discourse not essential for democratic processes in the long run, and in our public libraries for that matter, and I think all libraries maybe for that matter, not something that we should like advocate for, like say, we are essential for our democracies in the future. What do you think?
I totally agree. And I just didn't use that word specifically, but the quotes, the errant quotes I was kind of referring to, are fundamentally about that. I mean, I'll just give you one. And she says, as all authority rests on opinion, the actual content of freedom is participation in public affairs or admission to the public realm. And the equality attending the public realm is necessarily an equality of unequals who stand in need of being equalized. So this is the concept of democracy maps to, you know, a community where there is freedom of participation in public affairs, in essence, right? So if we want to live in what we understand as a form of democracy, and we can have, you know, another time arguments around, is this deliberative democracy, consensual democracy, so on and so forth. The basic construct of democracy here, I'm using as a tenet, is that to be able to participate, that one has to have access to this sphere, and to have access in many different ways. And that might be access to political information, for example, to be able to participate, but also access to other types of knowledge sources too, that enable you to participate in public spheres in different formats that still contribute to democracy, but they might contribute more to civic concerns and your civic part in the democracy itself.
Okay, we have to go back, but one more thing. The question that you asked, because I love the fact that you turn it around, the question that you want to ask our audience, can you repeat it one more time so they can write it down and come back?
Instead of asking, you know, should we as a public library or should we as a national library do X? Instead, I think it should be, should we as a public library or should we as a national library do, you know, would doing X facilitate equality? Would doing Y remedy injustice? Again, within the bounds of, for specific purpose, for, you know, certain purposes related to the, you know, why a library is national instead of public. So excellent, framing it in that way, I think we get better answers, actually.
I love the fact that people will come back to this and put an answer in the last 20 minutes that we have. Thank you so much for now. I'm going over to Randolph, I think. Randolph, are you there?
Yes, I'm good. Yes.
Excellent. Good to see you here, my friend. I already introduced you, and I don't want to waste any more time. So please dive into this. If you want to share a screen, you know how to use this. Yeah, excellent.
Yes. Now it's being shared, right?
This is the moment.
Right. Okay, great. So I'll just make this quick and sweet. And in this second slide here, these are the things that people are always asking me. Why do we need to theorize library diplomacy? Why do we need to care about library diplomacy in this 21st century international environment? In the systematic review that we have found out this year, actually, there's a long-standing practice of library diplomacy in relation to public and cultural diplomacy in the IR and LIS context. And it was being used by a lot of state actors, like, you know, Americans, the British, all of these Europeans are using libraries as a platform to create international engagement abroad. And in the study of Jose Prieto, he said that there are about 3,745 foreign cultural centers right now existing and still maintained by these countries to promote international engagement and diplomacy. And apart from that, apart from this long-standing practice, is that as libraries have been continuously changing their role, and we know that we're trying to fit in this evolving changes in this 21st century international environment. I believe that it is essential to, look at theoretical lenses and perspectives about library diplomacy in this international relations, poli and LIS context. And also, we have to also compete with our museum studies friends. And they have been studying museum diplomacy actually from quite some time. And there's a growing research attention actually from the last decade, that they have been looking at the purpose and the new role of museums in this international engagement and promoting people-to-people ties and understanding and international cooperation. So I guess we need not to be behind. So as scholars, so we have to, move forward and look at the future of library diplomacy. So I am studying, so the limitation of this one is I'm just looking at the US context, because, the dominant research scholarship about library diplomacy talks about a lot of the US public diplomacy. And these are the institutions and organizations, both from state and non-state actors, that talks about that. And in practice, we all know that ALA is in the early stage of library internationalization. They're the first one who are the front runners as cultural ambassadors and promoting American librarianship. So Melville Dewey and all of this library, we call it American library influencers. They have started, collaborating with these cooperative agreements with, transatlantic conference circuits and the like to promote international engagement. And in the World War II, we all know that the ALA has started to creating some grants to, promote this war service library, not only domestically, not only in the United States, but also hospitals and war camps abroad. So a lot of US librarians back then helped in creating public libraries in hospitals and war camps, particularly in the Philippines, in Paris, and one of which in this picture is in the American Library in Paris. And that's the first, public library engagement of the United States abroad. And eventually, ALA's International Relations Committee grew, and they have partnered with the State Department to create, lots of public libraries in the South America, in Central America, and one of which is the Biblioteca Benjamin Franklin. And it's one of the first engagement of ALA as non-state actors in promoting library diplomacy. And then eventually, as we all know, all the programs of ALA were merged to the State Department. And so the dominant people who started library diplomacy back then during the World War II is now the government diplomats and the state actors. So they're dominant actors in the field of library diplomacy, and they have established a lot of USIS libraries, or the U.S. Information Service information agencies, through the Smith-Mundt Act and the Fulbright Act program. And one of which they have established it in Manila, they established it in Kenya, they established it in Burma, in Myanmar, and we all know this Cold War librarianship. I love this poster because it talks about these two big superpowers, fighting, competing with each other. Who will be who has the greater or better library programs, library development, library technology back then, that they called as Cold War librarianship. And in the post-Cold War, we all know that USIA died in 1999. It was merged to the State Department's International Information Programs, but it still continued. And the non-state actors also continued their programs, like ALA has the sister library programs promoting not propaganda, not cultural propaganda or national interest propaganda, but more of an intercultural dialogue or transnational dialogue with other countries in other parts of the world. And the State Department still continues the rebirth of this USIA through these American spaces. So now we have seen in the practice in the US context that they were used as instruments for books, publishing, library programs, cultural programs, literacy and educational programs, and librarianship and library exchange. So why does this library diplomacy platform still exist? at present, and how can we explain the phenomena? And you know, in the library field, we all have these kinds of practices, but sometimes we don't really explain why are this happening right now. I believe that we need to look at the library's values, identities, and ideals in terms of how the people from the IR political science look libraries, and also our LAS scholars look at the library's values and ideals in the IR and the LAS context. And in the IR context, in the mainstream theories of liberalism and constructivism and realism, they see the library's value that there's a commonality. It's being shared by everyone. It's universal. It's attractive, and it's being expounded by Joseph Nye in his theory of soft power that talks about the ability to shape preferences, to attract, to co-opt, to obtain outcome one wants, rather than coerce using cultural values and policies. And it's also explained by Villanueva in his cosmopolitan constructivism that focuses on the role of actors, both state and non-state actors, in shaping these ideas of identities. What kind of identities and ideas that the state actors and both non-state and state actors are looking at? Democratic ideals. So they see it, they see libraries as, you know, purveyors of democratic ideals, free flow of information, all those liberal ideals. And now, if we try to compare it with our LAS scholars, the viewpoints of Backland, Hjorland, Obo, Larsen, all of these Nordic scholars that talks about, you know, libraries are connected with knowledge, memory, and public sphere institution that's being liked and attractive to the foreign and the domestic public. So in my library diplomacy conceptualization, these are the elements and ingredients that I look at. The actors itself, we have the state and non-state actors. There's national interest, there's a lot of aims, and cultural values, ideals, and resources are instruments. There's strategies and actions like policies and programs. So now, this is my last slide. What is now the future of library diplomacy? I'd like to look at Joseph Nye's, in his book, Soft Power book, that talks about and describes the paradox and plenty, and which resulted in the information overload that now in the 21st century, we have a lot of international challenges like fake news, information warfare, computational propaganda, and all of this stuff. And I believe like journalists, publishers, and editors, librarians are one of the important professions to advocate for this credible information that we have in the libraries through information and media literacy programs. So I believe that there's a nexus between soft power assets of libraries in terms of solving these problems that we are currently having right now in the 21st century. And number two is that we have seen the hype of this free flow of cultural and creative media on the internet. And what is then the role of libraries in the so-called age of creative diplomacy and digital diplomacy? So there's a lot of things to uncover, actually, in terms of looking at library diplomacy in this present age, which has not yet been explored by a lot of researchers in the LAS field. So I think that's it for me. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Randolph. You're just exactly on time. It leaves little room for one question from me, but I have one.
Sure.
Anyway, of course. Because at the beginning you said libraries versus museums when it comes to diplomacy. What do you think about combining forces and make a sort of a cultural sector diplomacy, like a GLAM diplomacy? Would that be a way to go in your view or not?
Definitely, we have to uncover that. I haven't been exploring it yet. If there's like a convergences of these spaces, the GLAM, the galleries, the libraries, archives, and museum towards diplomacy. But I think it's promising, actually. It's promising. That's why I'm continuing this study, because a lot of museum scholars have been uncovering a lot of emerging practices and methods and good practices in the museum field that I believe that the libraries should also learn from them. And yeah.
There's a lot to be gained there.
Let's uncover it soon. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Randolph. I'm sure there are plenty of questions. Put them in the chat, or don't forget to raise your hand later on. Write your questions down. We have some moments to talk later and ask individual questions to our panelists. For now, I'm going to Jeffrey Davis from San Diego. Jeffrey, are you there?
I'm here. Hello. Well, thanks very much for having me. Glad you're here for great presentations, and you know, it's not easy to follow them, but I think maybe these will be in dialogue. So pleased, and I'll keep this quick so that we've got some more time for conversation. Let me get screen sharing here. Let me play. All right. In the call for papers, suggested to look at maybe some ways that library practices are translating across internationally. I've had an interest for a while in this particular type of library practice that has sort of evolved ad hoc, that libraries in different places have sort of intuited, but we haven't had a lot of explicit discussion about as representing another way that libraries are doing services or a different type of collection. And I was thinking about this in Sarah's talk about, you know, inclusion of fiction, other types of collections that we include. Hopefully this will make sense. I'm gonna start with some examples real quickly, and then try and explain what pulls these together. Looking real quickly here, this is a national entitlement card, a national ID in Scotland. It includes library membership, it includes recreation center membership, school services, access for transit, for other cultural institutions. There's a similar pass for New York City, municipal ID there, which in addition to serving all the important roles of an identification for folks, also includes a lot of other benefits that have been tied into them. And those are available through libraries in New York. Not all libraries, but that libraries have been involved in some places in being the place where folks get this kind of access to their city. This is an example just of a library card with some other benefits attached in Portsmouth, England, and have found, you know, numerous examples in the US. I'm trying to, where I can, include some other international examples here. In Canada, new citizens are given a pass that gives them access for a year to, you know, virtually every cultural institution, museums, science centers, galleries, sites around Canada. This is something I've been doing for many years. Turning here to museum pass programs, these will be familiar to a lot of folks. These originated as circulating physical passes. In the case of Vancouver's, this was a pass of theirs, which would give folks access to, it was about before the pandemic, 30 different sites around Vancouver. And then may not have, sorry, I lost a slide there, but this has evolved now to a ticketed pass program, which is an online system where folks can log in and retrieve a single day pass for institutions. And there are a lot of advantages to that, both for the public and for the partner institutions. I'll keep this short and not go into sort of why that works so well, but in the Bay Area where this originated, they have 150 institutions that are a part of this program, so that folks from different library systems are on a single platform. They can go on and find passes to things, you know, like traditional museums, science centers, gardens, zoos, performances, the symphony, sporting events, recreation opportunities, tours, historical tours, theme parks, festivals, workshops, all these kinds of things are enabled by this type of platform, something that we haven't really been able to do in this way before. This platform also, I think, as it, you know, grows and evolves, is becoming something that is a resource to the community, that for other places that want to be able to invite people in and but not have to do the ticketing themselves. They can use the library then as a platform to say, you manage the ticketing and the scheduling, and we get then through you can bring people in, give them access to. It's been done with some farm tours, but we can see how this might be useful for high school performances, anything like this around the community. And so what libraries are doing then is they're brokering access for the public, on the behalf of the public, to the riches around us, to all the treasures and the things that are otherwise privatized. They're now being moved into the public realm by the library. And so discussing this in terms also of social infrastructure, I will maybe return to that quickly. Let me just give some other examples. This is a community calendar in Logan, Utah, where they actively find, all right, as information professionals, what's important going on in town that folks are going to want to know about. And they curate that to create a community calendar for the community that pulls together, these are the library events, these are the community events, here's what's going on, giving folks access that otherwise can be real difficult because, for each of these things that are going on, those can be siloed and the people putting them on may not have the expertise and just really the ability to make those widely available to folks. But the library has the skills and that is part of our profession to do that sort of thing. And so they're doing that, and there are other examples like that. I think I have here Vancouver Public Library giving a small number of partners of theirs access to their event calendar so that those can be published through the library. Turning over to sort of physical space here, this is an example, Knox County in Tennessee in the US. We're used to having library programs where we have a movie night, these kind of things. They've been running for many years a movie series in the town square downtown. And they had started this when, that downtown area, was not in the best shape. And so the library has been credited with really doing a lot to revive that area. And so what they've done is activated sort of this public space, brought that public space more into the public realm by making it something that's inviting and provides something to the community. This is just an example from a story walk. These have really exploded during the pandemic as libraries have looked for ways to provide services outdoors. The Let's Move in Libraries organization, Noah Lenstra's organization, has been documenting these, and really, it seems like just nearly every day they're finding a new one that's opening. Particularly, these have been popular in sort of small town areas. These kind of things, libraries can create these activations of space that bring together the library, the community, and the outdoor and public realm.
If you have 1 minute, you have to close down, otherwise we don't have enough time for the interaction.
I appreciate that. Thanks.
That.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, not at all. Nature backpack, circulating pack of sort of the goods that help one to get out into nature, take advantage of that. The state park pass, and I think those are the examples I had. So I will.
That was really quick.
So
Good job.
No, sure.
Excellent examples, Jeffrey. When you were talking, I'm talking quickly because I know we're running out of time. But yesterday we had a webinar, and David was there as well. There was an example from Toronto where they in the pandemic they served food from, and they used sort of library logistics to come up with a system that would help them improve the system of distributing food from these big sea containers that were freeze, like refrigerated and everything else. And I thought it was such an amazing example of how to, in times of crisis, step up and use the logistics and your library way of thinking to turn around food to your community. And as David put at that sort of question time, he said, like, how does this relate to reading promotion? Well, if people are hungry, they don't read. Some people do, but the idea is that you have to feel comfortable to do the other stuff that the libraries do. Anyway, stop. Going to the questions. We have 3 great presenters here, 3 good stories. I'm sure there are questions. I didn't have time to look at the chat, but raise your hand if you want to ask a question or make a comment to one of the presenters or to all 3 of them. Is there anyone who want to raise their hand and say something. Or come up with a question from the chat. Repeat your question in the chat. I see a hand from Marie here first. Marie, come in.
Hi, thank you. Thank you so much for these super interesting, and I have tons of questions, but I'll just start with one and then I'll come back if there are not too many questions. Sarah, I don't, it's probably for those who know me, it's not a secret that I'm very heavily engaged in talking about libraries as a democratic infrastructure around the world. So I'm really enthusiastic about your work. Often though, I mean, it's an old idea, as you point out, but it's more relevant than ever right now. And I often encounter an opposition on calling and talking about it as democracy, especially in US settings. So do you in your work, or do you in your experience find any obstacles for public libraries to say this out loud, that libraries are democratic institutions and are bridge building to democracy?
Great question. Thank you, Marie. I think, yes, you're entirely right. If we look at it from a kind of an international perspective, it's very clear to me that you know, the Nordic, the Scandinavian countries and so on and so forth are way ahead in terms of understanding the kind of the central concept of democracy situated within the kind of the public library field. Here in the UK, I think we're woefully behind, and we have had our libraries decimated for decades now, right? So we're not exactly in a great position, I think, to provide exemplars of practice. But I think, yes, there can be pushback. I think there can be pushback particularly in the UK, particularly in the US, perhaps as well. And you know, if you yourself and those regions I've labelled struggle, then it's going to be even worse in the US and the UK, I would argue. I think that's probably just part of the general public sphere discourse experience, actually, at the minute in the 21st century. And perhaps it means that we're beholden more than ever to push back and to make it very clear that actually there is a founding, you know, role of the public library in this construct. And that's why I think turning to library history and looking at it from an evidence base enables one to say that, right? Because I am fully sick of, you know, the platitudes that get thrown out all of the time, you know, libraries about this, that, and the other. And, you know, it's very easy to say, but I find that sometimes it does a disservice to libraries, because without the evidence and without the kind of the background context, people will just say, well, you could say that about anything, you know, where's the proof? And so I think that, yeah, there is going to be pushback, and perhaps it's going to be even more pushback currently. The answer to that, I'm not really sure. I think the answer is actually within our purview already. It is the library users, our community of users, especially in the context of a public library I'm speaking here from. I think by being users, they understand, you know, and they may only use a very particular part of the service. It doesn't matter. They're a user. So I think it's actually about having more library users. And the more people that use a library, a public library in this context, I think they will also be part of that kind of stopping people pushing back against libraries having that type of role. So it's a hearts and minds campaign. It's, you know, it's what I enjoy doing myself. You know, one poem, one person, one place at a time. It's going to be one library member at a time. That's just the way it is. We've got to fight the good fight, guys. And you know, this is what we're facing, I'm afraid, Marie. And yeah, I don't think there are any simple answers, and I can't really give you an answer to say, boom, this is how it's going to be better. But perhaps all of us collectively, right? I think IFLA does a great job, but it's also, it's got so large now that actually perhaps some of that discourse becomes difficult to connect and interact with. Is there a possibility of more inter-regional collaborations and partnerships? And this idea of a world library citizen, I'd like to pitch, right? I'd like to be a member of the World's Library. Thanks very much. Can I be a founding member? That'd be great. Sorry if that's not answered it totally, Marie, but trying to get, that's a difficult one. Eric, you're still on mute. Eric,
I think you're muted.
Yeah.
Eric.
I'm muted. I'm so sorry. I was just going on that you would go on for another hour if I don't stop you. I have to stop you. There are more questions. I have Don first and then Randolph. And there are more questions also in the chat. But Don, you go first. Let's be quick.
Me?
Yes.
All
Well,
right,
no,
so-
I saw Don. Don, can you
Oh,
unmute?
sorry. Yeah.
Don was the first. Don, unmute. Don, you have to unmute.
Sorry.
Yeah, there you go.
Randolph mentioned sister libraries. And so my question was, what's the state of that? It's an idea. It's not a new idea, but has it really taken hold? And it seemed like a really interesting platform for cultural exchange, and on top of this citizen to citizen diplomacy, which libraries seem to be just right at that level for tying cultures and societies together. Just want to know what's happening, if you know.
Yes, so but before I answer that one, I'm so interested with the question of Maria a while ago about democratic ideals. And if we try to look at the theoretical lenses of the political scientists, and they are associating it as a soft power, our soft power actually, of these cultural institutions like libraries. And this is our innate soft power. Like we are designed to be a democratic place to promote this free flowing of information. And I feel like it's not being inculcated or being promoted by most libraries. So I feel like library diplomacy has a big factor in it. If we study library diplomacy, then we could answer this questions that you are posting a while ago. But with regard to the sister libraries, I haven't had any idea actually right now, but we have an ongoing research next year in partnership with my colleagues in Penn State University to look at what's happening right now with these sister libraries, and are they expanding, are they continuing these programs and services, and how also this international advocacies like the Sustainable Development Goals are also helping in terms of like promoting this library diplomacy initiative.
Definitely.
So my answer is I'm not yet sure what's happening. So we will still uncover it in our future research.
Maybe guys, I want to say there's some questions in the chat that we maybe not have time for right now, but Randolph, if you see a question to you in the chat, will you please find a moment to respond to that later on? David, I see your hand raised, and we're almost getting to the end. So I'll give you also the moment for a question.
I'll make it quick, and if it's not helpful, don't. Just as I'm thinking about this, and I love this group, and I love how it sort of talks about diplomacy in the library as an institution and gateway to culture. It talks about the idea of then how we bundle that culture to make sure that we have inclusives. And Sarah, I really appreciated the idea of sort of the notion of remedies for injustice. But I'm wondering how this concept, which is really very much about the library as an institution and a social institution, combines with an increasing discussion of participation in libraries. For example, the model of the library being, in essence, a piece of soft diplomacy works really well when you say I have a library as an institution that has a sort of mandate, and we have these exchanges, and we have sister libraries. But what do we do when we envision, and we have users in that case, right? We're representing our users in this, as opposed to the idea of we are really an organ directly of the group. We have co-ownership from the society. We have members. Is this where the idea might be giving citizens access to a diplomatic process that they might not normally have, because the library is much less a organ of government as it is a platform for people's participation. I'm just, I think, Jeffrey, the idea of, you have someone, they go get inspired because they went through museums, they got all this cultural information, and they suddenly want to have a conversation with someone over in the Philippines because that was the thing that was happening, this cultural fair. And the library is the one that makes that connection, but isn't necessarily the one that does it in place of that person. So it's not an easy question at the end of it, but those are the things that are now racing through my mind.
Quick response from the three of you. You all have 1 minute. Who wants to go first?
Okay, I'm gonna go first. So as I said a while ago, this soft power assets of libraries It's not yet explored yet. And I feel like library diplomacy is not just about the policies and actions, but it's more of the relationship, the affinity. Like, are we still attractive as libraries? I think that's a big question here because we are competing with lots of media and cultural institutions. You said a while ago, Eric, that there should be a convergences of this land, but are these spaces are ready for these convergences? That's also a big question here. So I feel like the affinity we need to bring back those affinity that we have during the Cold War period, during the World War II, World War I, where libraries is the center of this affinity of all this connections and relationships of this foreign public A and foreign public B because of this library diplomacy. And these are the things that we need to uncover in this current decade and also in this extant research.
Yeah, because I'm thinking, for example, of the American Corners project in European libraries, where there it was, and it was American stuff and foreign language stuff, and clearly started in a post-war and Cold War context, and how those are basically disappearing now and becoming support of different services. I'm thinking in Pistoia, where they took the American Corner and the U.S. Embassy started funding maker spaces and different programming, so that it was much more about connecting people than it was about, here's the corpus of American patriotism, let's put that in your library and hope something happens. Fascinating. Yeah. Thank you all very much. That was really interesting.
Maybe I'd say one word. From the type of thing that I was looking at, you're asking about the public being participants in the library and being sort of that active side. What I hope the things I was talking about are showing is ways that libraries are doing the work of bringing more of the treasures around us, more of the world around us, the local, real specific textured world around us, into the public realm, into sort of democratizing those. And that hopefully that addresses some of what you're talking about in terms of what role libraries have to help people make those connections one-to-one, and not as the library sort of as the face of that, but that as the libraries act as an engine to bring more of the privatized or semi-private realm into the public sphere, through these other types of activities. Maybe that addresses that, and that's one way to think about that.
And from now on, I love the phrase, and I'm going to steal it, about the texture of the world. That's an awesome phrase.
And
okay,
just to jump
thank you
in,
so much.
Just to jump in and say, of course, that there's absolutely similar things happen with the British Council libraries, right, in terms of soft power and diplomacy, and those being operated in Europe, and then those being closed, and suddenly there was an emphasis in a different area of the world, right, for those very obvious diplomatic soft power reasons when that happened. So yes, it's happening everywhere, and I think as Jeffrey said, there are some really interesting models that are happening right now that we can learn from. But yeah, that's still, I think there are still things that we need to learn and how to kind of manifest this as well.
Excellent stuff. I'm going to hand it back to Tommy because, like I said, I think we're coming to an end of this hour.
Thank you so much, Eric, and what a wonderful kickoff to our day. Thank you, everyone, for these really dynamic ideas, and I think we've got plenty to talk about for hours. But we'll take a quick break here, 15 minutes, and I put in the chat, we have the next panel coming up, which is Regional Perspectives from Africa, Eastern Europe, and New Zealand, and moderated by Marie Ostergaard, who we just heard from. So it should be another dynamic panel. Thank you so much to everybody. Hello, everybody. We'll get started in just a minute. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much to the first moderator, to Eric Bookstein, and for all the panelists. And what a great conversation to kick things off. That's exactly what we're hoping for, is a wonderful discussion, lots of ideas flowing back and forth, and great comments from audience members as well. So thank you so much to everybody. And thank you to everyone for joining us. It's a really dynamic group, and we're really excited to have you all here with us today. This is the second session of the New Librarianship Symposium, International Influences. And we're very pleased to have Maria Ostergaard introducing and moderating this second session. So let me just say a word about Marie before I hand it over. She is the Library Director of the Aarhus Public Libraries and of DOC1 Aarhus in Denmark. And I believe many of you might know about this already. DOC1 is the largest public library in the Nordic countries, has won the Public Library of the Year award in 2016, and has just been really widely acclaimed, both within and beyond the library world, for rethinking library spaces, partnerships, involvement of users, and participating in city development. Marie is also the co-inventor of Next Library, a biannual international conference gathering thought leaders and innovators from over 30 countries around the world in a highly interactive forum. And we thank her for giving us some inspiration in how to run our sessions as part of this symposium. She is a member of the ALA Business Advisory Group, and chair of the board of PL 2030, the nonprofit European organization aimed to put public libraries on the EU agenda and strengthen international network. And just throughout her career, Marie has worked intensely with co-creation partnerships, both nationally and internationally, to push development, network, and innovation in the library sector. We're so glad that she's here with us today to moderate this session, and we thank her for her patience as we figured out all of our systems. And go ahead and hand it over to you. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Tammy. And thank you for inviting me to be part of this exciting symposium. And I can promise you we have a very exciting panel coming up. This part of the symposium will be about different regions of the world, but what I find most interesting is that it is also very globally important and relatable, what the speakers you'll hear from in a second will be talking about. Well, given the theme of this symposium today, I just want to say that I think what we're doing here together, sharing ideas, sharing concepts of libraries, and sharing also some of the obstacles that we're facing around the world, is extremely important in order to move the whole sector forward. The beauty about libraries is that when one library is strong, the others have also benefit from it. So the more we work together, the better libraries we can all get. So this is a perfect example of this. Moving on, I'm going to introduce our three wonderful articles today, and we have 3 articles and 4 authors on it. The first one we'll hear from today is Claudia Serbanuta from the Progress Foundation. And Claudia will be talking about local innovation towards systemic change. She will be talking about lessons from Eastern Europe. Claudia, I've known for many years, is an amazing partner in international work. The Progress Foundation are doing an awesome international conference called Occupy Libraries that we've been partnering with from Aarhus for a couple of years now, and I've always known Claudia and the Progress Foundation to be extremely inspiring and ambitious in moving Eastern European libraries forward, and also in connecting to libraries across the world. So I'm really happy to have Claudia here. The next article we'll hear after Claudia will be by Lana Al-Sabah. Lana is a new acquaintance for me. She's talking about decolonizing the school library, and she is very passionate about Indigenous power, and we'll be talking about school libraries in New Zealand, which for me was a great pleasure, as back in when I was very young. I was doing my master thesis on Maori women writers and about marginalization and decolonization. So this was like a full circle for me. So I know you're all going to love the important facts that Lana is bringing forward today. And finally, we'll hear from Ramone Petrovaite and Ugne Lippekeide from Eiffel. Also, Eiffel and Ugne and Ramone have been good friends and colleagues from the library world for us in Aarhus for many, many years, always trying to move the library sector forward, focusing on libraries all over the world. Today, they'll be talking about African public libraries, but they are working across the world globally, always trying to connect people, connect libraries, and make sure that we all learn from each other so that we can strengthen the library sector. So I promise you guys, you're in for a treat. And I hope you read the articles. If you haven't, go out and do it afterwards, because this is really, really something that can move us all forward. So I will ask Claudia to start with your presentation. So Claudia, do you want to share your slide? So the way we're going to do it is that we're going to take the 3 articles one at a time, just like we tried before. And please write your questions in the chat while they're talking so that you don't forget. And we'll have a conversation afterwards. Yeah, thank you. Take it away, Claudia.
Thank you, Marie, for introduction. You can hear me well, right? So I will just jump into talking about, and thank you very much for the opportunity to think about this and be able to share my findings with everyone. As Maria said, I'm coming from Progress Foundation, where I landed after I became a US-trained librarian. I came back to Romania to work with Romanian libraries, and within the Progress Foundation, what we did for years was to support public libraries into bringing innovative ideas and services to provide for their communities. And in 2019, being inspired by the Great Next Library team, we decided to try to build something internationally. And we were inspired very much by the advocacy efforts of IFLAMAP and by the wonderful energy that Global Libraries Project brought into our countries in the region. So we said what we want to do is build a support network for those innovative librarians that are out there in our region, because they feel lonely and it's very hard to innovate when you are all alone. And so in 2019, we started this, and what do you know, the pandemic came over. And despite all the hardship of the past 2 years, we've been having wonderful results. Occupy Library Conference, as Marie said, was a big event that was bigger than we imagined. That brought together around 100 speakers for over 20 countries that really put our region on the map of librarianship. And there were librarians from our region who presented for the first time in English online, because it was an online event. But more than that, besides the conference, and just to plug in the call for the conference in next year, the Occupy Library Conference is up. So look it up and you might join us in that effort. But besides the conference, what we did, we applied to small grants that allowed us to partnership with libraries from Ukraine, Republic of Moldova, and now Armenia, into working with those innovative librarians that we knew from our work, in helping them create those spaces in their communities for active citizens to be empowered. So allowing some space in their public libraries for contributing to the democratic values and strength of their communities. And this happened during the pandemic. We never met face-to-face until now. Hopefully next year we'll meet in Bucharest. But things grew up in a wonderful way. And as I'm a trained librarian and also I have some research background, observing what happened, I also learned some things. And this is what I'm putting in this paper. That we observe a lot of creativity. So when you have a librarian who never went online with her community and decides that, okay, the pandemic is here, we will move this online. I'm going to meet the children from our community, and I'm going to work with them to calm them and prepare them to face this health crisis in a healthier way, in a creative way. That's a lot of creativity that needs to be put in place. And Alina from Vâlcea Library from Romania did just that in our partnership. We saw a lot of courage when you focus on your community, on youth who are incarcerated, and you decide that in the midst of the pandemic, you want to help them find extra chances for them to actually succeed after they get out of there, even though your community is not the most welcoming community in the world. That takes a lot of bravery to do that. And Aliona from Republic of Moldova, from Hâncești, did just that and is doing that in our current project. We saw a lot of advocacy, power, and negotiation skills from librarians who, though the pandemic was over them and the administration was all over the place with what they want to do with their money, said, yes, but we had a plan. You promised me money to open a branch. And she would not let them get away with not giving the money. And Katerina from Lvov Library in Ukraine managed to open a branch last year. So these are all examples that we saw in the communities that we work with, and there are many other examples. But we also saw other things that are present there and are not due to the pandemic crisis, not due to the health crisis. There are traces that have been in the system for a long time, and we've just found a way to work around them. But they are kind of not letting us really update our public library systems in the way that the communities need them. And this comes back to the history of the region, because public libraries in the Eastern Europe have been developing for decades. And at least in the case of Romania, they were created in a system that was a totalitarian system. It was a political system who used libraries for their purposes. So then when the system changed in 1990s, right, we did not have any kind of systemic intervention to really change those libraries or open those libraries to empower them to really support democratic values. So we have political interference, we have difficult professional development. It's always a struggle for librarians to keep updated and be connected. Systemic underfunding that this doesn't have anything to do with the pandemic. We have libraries who have not received money to buy any book for years, and that's the norm, unfortunately, in many of the libraries. And then this partial way of looking at democratic values. Are we or are we not democratic institutions? And that goes back to the previous panel discussion that it's putting us, it's making us ask questions. And I want to add another layer to this. And I'm not going to go into this because it's a very complicated map, but I would really encourage you to look it up. The World Cultural Map that looks at what are the cultural norms, right, in a country. And if we think about librarians, those innovative librarians who are pushing the envelope on having their libraries become the center of the community, supporting democratic development of their community, they are in a place where they are really trying to build something. But if you look at the countries in our region, Romania, Armenia, Moldova, for example, they are on the horizontal scale, on the place where they are fighting for survival. So they go out in the community and promote self-expression. They promote people working together, building community. But when they come back, maybe in their home, maybe in their library, certainly in their community, they are facing out these other values that the whole community are sharing. And so the work that they do is actually extra hard because of that. And I'm sure whenever you read articles about what wonderful things are doing libraries around the world, please go back to this map and just figure out where the cultural environment is for that community. So from our experiences, I really spend a lot of night thinking, what are the dimensions that kind of would be helpful if we could address. and definitely a systemic change in Eastern Europe libraries that moving the needle towards more democratic public institutions. And we can do that if we have clearer shared professional values when it comes to public librarianship, right? So what's the core value that we actually share when we talk about public libraries? Stronger advocacy power at local, national, and regional level. Advocacy, it's not something that we learn in library school, not in many library schools anyway. So then you get to go on the field and you want to talk about this, but you don't have the skills. And then it takes years of practice and you need the support to do that. And it's not at the international level. We have to do it at regional and national and a local level. So librarians who don't speak English, for example, kind of would benefit from the support of learning how to do advocacy. And then the support network that we are trying to build in the region, I think would be useful to extend and think about it at bigger scale, because and think about projects that can be done at the regional level. And regional mean neighboring level. So have 3 countries that are neighbors, 4 countries that are neighbors work together, and then you're going to see how their professional sympathies will actually come together in a stronger way. English as a language where LIS is taught and has power kind of would be a benefit if we can have translation of that in all our languages. And we cannot count on national organizations sometimes to do that. So we have very good, strong librarians who don't have access to the existing materials because they are in English. Adapting that to their reality, it's a process that requires a lot of time. And I would really underline encouraging leadership, not just for international context, but for regional context and for national context from outside. That support, it's important for librarians. Somebody was joking the other day in a conference where for Eastern Europe that, of course, we are Eastern European, we are unseen, nobody sees us, we want people to see us. So I don't want you to see me, I want you to think about librarians from the Eastern Europe who are doing great work as we speak. And who don't have the support of local authorities or the luxury of a strong professional library school or a strong library association. And they're out there looking at you and admiring your work. So look back and support them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Claudia. And I can really say that we are looking back and admiring the work that is going on in Eastern Europe and also your work. Thank you for talking about this bridge building. Also regionally, but definitely also internationally. I think we'll get back when we go to the questions about the advocacy training and how to assist on that. But I will then now move on to Lana. And so Lana is currently the library coordinator of Manarewa High School in New Zealand. I probably pronounced that wrong. I probably also pronounced all of your names wrong, but people pronounce mine wrong. So I think I'm sort of entitled to do that. But please tell me how really to pronounce it. And also we're really excited to hear about your work, Lana, in New Zealand with decolonization. So take it away.
Can you hear me?
Yep, perfectly.
So I just want to warn everybody that I have really bad internet. So if the screen freezes or please let me know in the chat. Tēnā koutou katoa, he mihi nunui ki a koutou, ke te mihi ahau ki te mana whenua o tēnei wahi. I acknowledge the ancestral owners of this place, the Waikato Tainui tribe of Manarewa. And I'd also like to preface this talk by acknowledging that I am not Maori, and my inspiration for writing this paper is the work of Maori thinkers and social justice work that is being undertaken at Manarewa High School, where I'm currently employed. And the purpose is not to present solutions, but to start a discussion of the ways that libraries have been complicit in the oppression of Indigenous peoples and how we can begin to write our shameful past and center Indigenous voices, perspectives, and paradigms within the library space. And we will, throughout this presentation, grapple with the words decolonization, re-indigenization, biculturalism versus multiculturalism. What do they mean? You know, for instance, biculturalism as an intellectual concept can be traced back to the 19th century when the Treaty of Waitangi was signed between the Maori tribal chiefs and representatives of the crown, which granted British control of Aotearoa and gave Maori and guaranteed Maori control of their land and fisheries. However, as more settlers arrived, the demand for land rose, which led to land wars and confiscations and the introduction of new diseases. Maori populations were decimated, the effects felt to this day. And in order to illustrate what these effects are, I'm going to use Maxine Hemi's model and explanation of how colonialism led to the disintegration of Maori self-determination and independence. So Maxine uses the model of the whare, or the Maori hut. So the whānau hapu, the iwi hapu and whānau, which is the tribes, the sub-tribes and the families, were held up by these base pillars of Maori customs and traditions, which include mana, or dignity, whenua, land, reo, language, akoranga, which is systems of learning, and ture, which is the legal systems. And these led to the qualities of love, respect, shame, and spirituality, which remained strong under the umbrella of Tino Rangatiratanga, which is self-determination. So this is her visualization of Maori society prior to colonization. But what happened after colonization? Well, it was kind of a domino effect. Europeans set new laws and disregarded Maori laws. So that pillar fell over. Land confiscations. So Maori lose millions of acres of land. Whenua toppled. Without land and law, mana, or the sense of dignity and power and prestige, was lost, as well as a sense of belonging. Missionaries were opening native schools, and Maori were being trained, hardly educated, trained to be domestic help. And Maori language is banned. And as the foundation of Maori identity becomes shaken, the tribes and families fall apart. So without foundations or walls, how can the umbrella of independence and self-determination stay up? And the question is, what will be the new shape of Maori identity? So what would decolonization look like? Is it where the colony just gets up and leaves? That's not an option, because European or Pakeha identity is as much a part of New Zealand or Aotearoa as Maori identity. So the question becomes, how can we dismantle structures of white supremacy and recenter Indigenous authority in colonized spaces? And there comes this question of our role as libraries and librarians. We need to rethink our traditional role as gatekeepers and start to think of how to reshape our role in order to better serve our Indigenous users. So Manarewa High School, where I work, is a school that is classified as decile 1, which means it is in a low income neighborhood, and it serves primarily, out of our 2,100 students, over 25% are Maori, which is higher than any other school in New Zealand. And they undertook a total redesign of their curriculum in collaboration with tribal members. So they asked the tribal members, what does success look like for your children? Tell us what you want your children to learn. And the result is an educational plan which reflects the tribal definitions of what academic success would look like. So what does this mean for a library setting? Well, it requires validating our students' culture and language, building relationships based on trust, creating a safe space, building a culturally responsive collection. But I would go further and argue that it is necessary to empower our students to shape their library services. So for instance, we can create committees of student librarians and task them with decorating the library, deciding what books we should acquire, design programs that they need or that they know that their peers will need, all ways that we can center Indigenous authority within the school library space. But it has to, for decolonization to take place, we need to recognize where the power structures are, and we have to begin to realign the power. We have to begin with critical self-appraisal. So we forego attitudes of saviorism and tokenism. These are not kids that are broken. They're not waiting to be saved. Instead, we need to recognize the troves of wisdom that Indigenous tribes and people and students already have, and we need to amplify their voices. We need to educate ourselves of tribal customs, traditions, and languages. Less talking, more listening, and more learning. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Lana. And I was very interested in the fact when in your article you state how libraries traditionally in New Zealand have been part of the colonizing factor, and in order to change that, there is a trust building that is essential. So I would love for you to maybe elaborate a little on that. How can that be done?
Yeah, so the trust is really important because as the work of Indigenous librarians states over and over, there is a history of being continually promised and let down by white institutions. And so there is a lot of mistrust in Indigenous communities towards white structures of power. And so it is extremely important that when we make promises to our Indigenous library users, we follow through on these promises. And that goes a long way in establishing trust with our communities and in them knowing that we've got your back, that we are advocates for you. I think that also there is this Patricia Grace, I think one of the writers that I quote, and that you must have studied in your thesis. Yeah, she's an amazing writer. And she said that when you enter a library, you feel threatened because you are not reflected in that library. The books are not windows to your life, and therefore you feel that your way of life is being devalued, that your way of life is being denounced as the other. And that's where a very important element of trust comes in when you try to build a culturally responsive and sustaining collection. Because if you incorporate trust into every aspect of librarianship, into the way you catalog materials, the collections that you build, the programs that you develop, then that goes a very long way towards building meaningful relationships with your students.
Thank you so much. I think this is such an important point, because very often as public libraries, we see ourselves as the helpers of the oppressed people, and here we hear how it's really turned around and how much we need to be aware of that role that we have to not enforce colonization, but do the opposite. Thank you very much, Lana. I'm sure there are this will raise a lot of questions. Thank you. So now we are moving on to the third article by Ramona and Ukna. So I'll leave the floor to you guys. And your desk. You have a lot of different documents. That's great. Perfect. Now we just need some sound on for one of you.
Ramona, so I probably start, right? Okay, so Ramona will help me with slide because we will be sharing this presentation. I just want to start by saying how amazing were the presentations by Claudia and by Lana, and how much we have in common. You will hear just in a minute about our work in Africa, and it is really, we are facing very, very similar challenges. Everything that Claudia was describing about lack of visibility and all challenges related to language, to lack of resources, lack of attention from the government. And I was surprised to hear that also what Lana was talking about was so similar of what is the reality of African libraries, because they went through similar processes, and many times they still rely on donated books about fairy tales about snow and frozen, which are totally irrelevant in their community. So it's really amazing to be in the panel where we have very, very similar context, really. So our paper is about cultivating innovation in African public libraries. We represent IFL. IFL is a non-for-profit organization. We work internationally, and Ramona and I are representing Public Library Innovation Program, which focuses on public libraries and which focuses on sparkling innovation in low-resource environments. Our work in Africa is largely built on a perception study that we commissioned in 2010. It was a study of 6 African countries, and we researched perceptions of users, of library users, of library non-users, also of local and national officials. And what we found out is that people's perception towards libraries was positive. They were respected institutions, and everyone was seeing libraries in a good light. But the image that they had was very traditional. And obviously, libraries were mainly related to traditional book lending services, reference services, and institutions which serve as a place for children and support students, basically. And really, very, very few people at that time associated libraries with computers and innovation. So we had this picture, and we had to do something about it. And Ramona will tell a few words what we did.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. It's really good to be on this panel and share IFL perspective on how we see international influence and collaboration. So Public Library Innovation Program of IFL over time has employed several strategies to spark and accelerate innovation in public libraries in lower resource countries, among them also in countries of Africa continent. We started with small grants for demonstration projects of how libraries could use technology to address community needs in a meaningful way. These projects ranged from first-time use of technology, for example, solar-charged smartphones in Burkina Faso community libraries for health and reproduction education and digital skill program for teenage girls, to adapting computer facilities in Choma Provincial Library, Zambia, to attract creative youth interested in photography, writing, music, and other art types. Also to filling the gaps with mobile ICT classes in remote junior high education schools in Ghana that were teaching informatics using just blackboards. So from that, seeing that libraries infrastructure is really lacking in Africa, and based on the study Ugnev mentioned, we also advocated together with partner libraries and national library authorities, as well as national library associations, to strengthen their efforts for equipping libraries with technologies and supporting new services and staff capacity building, along with investments into infrastructure. Also, having collected enough evidence of impact on communities by equipped libraries and libraries that can provide access to digital resources, we also focused on capacity building of public librarians and training of trainers and leadership development in public libraries to equip them with skills needed to make a good use of technology and digital resource addressing community needs. this meant from local changes, our efforts transitioned towards support to systemic transformation of public library field in countries where we worked. So in our paper, you can read more detailed descriptions of how those strategies worked and what changes it brought to the communities. You can also browse our website and find case studies, but in some African countries that we worked in, especially Kenya, Uganda, Ghana, to some extent Zambia and Namibia, IFOL PLIP team had an opportunity to work across those three strategies and over longer time to reach more public libraries on their digital transformation path. So this experience and feedback from partners that helped us to outline some let's say, outline the successful approach to support relevant innovation in public libraries locally. And that, I believe, could work both on local level and international initiatives like we are working on. And those elements include, first of all, close collaboration and trusted relationship with local partners, hearing and listening. Also longer-term commitment and shared responsibility for initiative, and it's not just that we bring money and you do our solutions, it's actually working and sharing responsibility for what's happening. Also co-development and co-creation of content, be it its services or capacity building curriculum. And finally, emphasis on evaluation, so what happened or what's happening, and then also networking and knowledge sharing so that broader public library community can benefit from their experience. Ugne, up to you.
Back to me. Thanks, Ramona. So as Ramona mentioned, one of our pillars of our work is impact evaluation, and we really emphasize the need to capture the results of all those innovative initiatives. And Ramona already mentioned several examples. I just could summarize that more than 2/3 of librarians who take part in our initiatives later take steps to either strengthen advocacy for the library, to bring in new resources, to bring in new partners, to be a better library managers or better team leaders, and obviously to create new innovative services. And Ramona has mentioned few examples. I also had few, but I'll probably just focus on one. So for example, and it's also an example how international collaboration works. So some years ago, we brought colleagues from Orhus to Kenya to train some Kenyan librarians to become trainers in design thinking. And then one of these librarians trained other librarians. And this led to creation of smart farming program for youth in Meru Library, and also a special space for senior citizens. So, you know, this knowledge has traveled and finally turned into something very practical in one specific library. So as we have a really short time, I will just summarize that during these 10 years we've been working in Africa and in other regions, libraries really proved that the perception is wrong and that they are dynamic, they are playing dynamic new roles to support community development in such essential areas as education, health, agriculture, and so on and so forth. We worked with librarians who are just outstanding, and they rely on creativity, they rely on motivation, they rely on deep commitment to their communities. Sometimes it's professional librarians, sometimes it's not professional librarians, sometimes it's volunteers, but these are people who really have desire to be useful to their communities and to change lives for better. And at the same time, working in challenging conditions and with very little resources, they accumulate a lot of very good experience, which we just cannot miss, you know. And still, we have a situation where those experiences are not very visible. We don't see many of public librarians from low resource countries participating in international library dialogues, let's say. So the questions that we have to finish our presentation are two. So how to strengthen participation of public librarians from low resource environments in international librarianship dialogues. And at the same time, how not to miss this learning opportunity. We cannot allow ourselves to miss this learning opportunity because it's a really rich experience that is accumulated there. Thank you so much.
Thank you both very much. This was I literally got goosebumps from some of these examples that you gave, and you have there are a lot of amazing numbers and statistics in the article that you wrote that truly shows the impact of the work that you're doing and the impact when libraries are working together. So I think that is really something that we should all take note of. But with your questions, I think we should open up the floor for questions from the audience. And I would love for you to raise your hand if you have a question. And I noticed there were already a question up from Don Meads, I think, earlier on. Don, are you up there? Do you want to pose your question?
Thank you. Yes, it was stimulated by Lana's presentation on the all these Western values or institutions that pour into these indigenous cultures and, you know, in unhealthful ways. And my question related to the emerging digital environment and how that plays or how that integrates with indigenous culture. Is it just inescapable, or is it something that is needing a new perspective, or what kind of recommendations or understandings do you have about that?
Yeah, it's really interesting because my last position was as digital research coordinator at the National Library of New Zealand, and that was a question that they were constantly grappling with. My work was about digital collections, and the library was archiving the New Zealand web, and a lot of the New Zealand web contained a lot of Maori content, and there was a lot of questions of, is this just repeating historically what we've done, which is you know, go into these communities, take their data, take credit for it, so it is important to address the fact that, as another New Zealand Pakeha scholar has said, we are standing on the shoulders of Maori scholars who have pioneered the way of creating a new framework of data sovereignty. And you know, I'd love if you would like to give me your email in the chat. I would love to share with you the work that Indigenous scholars have been doing on how to protect the intellectual property of Maori digital collections, but at the same time, you know, just working so hard to make it accessible, because a core value of yesterday, actually, I was talking to one of my Maori colleagues, and she was saying that, you know, a core tenet of our values is that knowledge should be shared. Knowledge is for the community. Knowledge is not something that's for the individual. So that is something that is very important to take into account when we are considering, you know, the digital realm, not just the physical realm. I don't know if I've answered your question. I think I'm holding on.
Well, no, it's a good point about content, but I guess I was thinking more about the medium itself and how that rhymes with the indigenous culture.
Yeah, so, yeah, I think it suffers from many of the same problems that the physical realm does, which is that it's designed for an Anglo-Saxon user, and it's disheartening to see all the ways that digital programs fall short of meeting Indigenous students' expectations. I know that at school they suffer with that a lot. Definitely, it's an area that needs a lot of work.
Thank you, Don and Lana. So I see, Eric, you have a question?
Always. So many. But I want to start. Just one question about education. Claudia talked about efficacy, and they would definitely be very happy to learn more how to practice that and how to do that, and to train staff to be able to do that. I'm really, it's great for the design thinking session in Africa, and I'm so curious of how that went. If you ran across the same things that we do here, and how, what else would you love to do over there besides design thinking? Maybe Alana, I was blessed to be in New Zealand too long ago. And I saw Puka Ariki, and I saw also quite a few libraries who have well, quite a respectful way of showing Maori culture. And have you seen a positive? Of course, you've seen a positive change. Do you think it's going the right way or not? Are you still very worried or not? So there's more questions. Sorry, Marie, too many questions. And on education, bringing it back, what would you think people, librarians in New Zealand would benefit from when it comes to maybe education, library training? So the three of you, short.
So, Claudia, do you want to go first? Or
yes, I can go first, just because I am struggling to figure out advocacy, and I am a US trained librarian. I have a PhD and I speak English, and it's a struggle for me. So I cannot even imagine being a director of the National Library or a head of the department and knowing that you have to talk with local authorities to give you support. How do you do that in a professional way, in an effective way? So you actually, in 8 hour time, in a day, can you really learn to do that well and be efficient and be successful? Because that's, there are many dreams regarding to this profession that I'm starting to give away, that I don't think this will happen in my lifetime in the region. And that's kind of sad, because the communities need the support of libraries. And if the libraries cannot really become stronger, there's nobody else in the community who could pick up the role. And that's the same everywhere around the world, right? So then who's gonna teach us about democracy? Our countries are young in terms of democratic experience. So advocacy is not taught in library school at all. So it's not something, once you become a director of the library, then it hits you after, you get bumped a few times, and then you say, okay, so how do I do that? And you take the ALA guide, which is great, and you take the IFLA support, which are great, but then they don't tell you that it takes you 5 years to get 10,000 euros or something like that from your local authorities. And then is it worth it, or you're just going in a business? So I don't know how to teach it, but I know it needs to be taught effectively.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ramona and Okne, could you perhaps elaborate? I know you're working hard a lot with this as well.
Actually, Claudia, we have advocacy training program for public librarians, and it's quite simple, though it requires time. Nothing happens like this, but consistency and building plan is what we advise librarians, and also targeting certain groups that are most important for locally. But if you need, we can share. And in terms of design thinking, I think what happened in Africa, and what we heard from our partner libraries, our colleagues in there, is that it shifted their attitude to thinking about libraries as working together with communities towards more human centered design of services. And I think as we talk about a mainstream or standard library, that kind of was institution of oppression in many cultures. I think this is what also all of us are suffering from, this institution that should be like this and not other way. librarian is a authority, and he or she knows what community needs and how to bring services to there. But I think design thinking what is doing is actually changing or reversing our work, and this is kind of shocking.
Thanks, Ramona.
Just to add a few words to what Ramona said, my experience observing our trainings of design thinking and follow-up actions that libraries were doing, I really agree with Ramona that in a certain way, it's kind of a freeing methodology. It opens up your mind, really. But I also will not lie, it's a really difficult concept to understand. And sometimes I am able, we work in different countries in Africa, and not all are the same. They are totally different. And readiness of people to accept is also totally different. And I feel that design thinking can only be introduced when you are at a certain stage where you cannot, it can be overwhelming a little bit. And even for those who are really ready, like Kenyans who have amazing librarians, really super advanced ones, it takes time for them to understand the whole concept and to apply. But really, at the end, it really somehow changes the perspective. So I would say it's worth it. It's worth doing, but it is a not very easy exercise.
Thank you. There was a little confusion and a conversation in the chat early on with a question being asked through Karen Daly's name, but it was someone else, Nadia, I think, posing the question. So would one of you perhaps put it out here in the audience?
Sure. Thank you, everyone. I'm enjoying the session. It was a comment on Lana, but I think it's a theme that seems to be cross-cutting. It was this idea that libraries have a history also of exclusion, and that we need to recognize that. And while I'm hearing the conversation, I'm really struck by the fact that we talk about libraries as upholding these democratic ideals and being a pillar of democracy. But one does not exclude the other. It is not because we view ourselves as democratic and we're upholding that. What does it mean? Democracy does not mean fair, meaningful representation in an equal manner of all parties. So while I do not question that libraries, for the most part, really are built on these democratic values and what it means, and one of the follow-up questions I had was, do we need to educate our graduates differently? What do we need to do to not equate democracy to meaningful belonging and inclusion, or whatever we want to call it, diversity, whatever? They're not the same thing. And I don't think we can just rest on our laurels saying, oh, we are democratic, we are here. Do we need to dismantle our own tenets or practices within the profession? Are we ready to really take on this conversation? I would be interested in some of the panelists' take on that, or others. Thank you.
Which is a very valid and important discussion to have, I think, because it really pushes us to be more clear on how we're doing, what we're doing, and how we're doing it, and why we're doing it. So does anyone want to comment on this?
Please, Lana. Please, Lana.
So I just wanted to say that in my education, the indigenous perspective was non-existent. And the way that if we were to study foreign thinkers, it would be, again, the word foreign, it would be in, a section of the curriculum titled, foreign influences in librarianship, what other people think about librarianship. So there's always this, this model of librarianship as this, this Anglo-Saxon model, and anything else is the other. And that needs to stop. We need to start teaching international perspectives in librarianship as the de facto standard. We need to teach, because I just started educating myself on all of this just months ago. I had no idea. And it's really, I would really love to hear what Claudia has to say about that as well, because I'm sure that You know, we tend to teach the democratic ideal as this sort of Western ideal, but it's, you know, it's not the ideal way of doing things.
Claudia, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, I'm just I'm not sure if I think I'm going back to Nadia's question about, you know, how do we go to about democratic institutions. For us, at least for me, looking in Romanian context and in our partners, democracy is a process that requires education and requires participation. So that process is opposite to a totalitarian voice that tells you what to do. So then we cannot tell our students, you know, what the library is. They have to really rethink it. And if they are connected to international, like Lana said, you know, international practices, realities of the communities they work with, then they will figure out how libraries can help those communities. So it's a learning process, and that's what's so hard, because once you have a job in our culture, you don't have to learn anymore because you're done. You have a job. It's especially as a public servant. But being a librarian, this is what our librarians are learning. Okay, so I have to learn this, and I'm going to learn this. But then it's a hard process to go through alone. And it's a very lonely process from our experience. And this is a question that I wanted to raise to Ugne and Ramune. I met librarians that you work with, and they were so enthusiastic and so positive with the energy. If they had any hard times, how do you help them go over those hard times in their communities? Putting into practice the projects, the wonderful project that they dream of.
Okay, I think I know you asked the question for Ramona, but I think actually we need to be wrapping up, because this is such a great conversation. We would be able to continue this for a long time. There's so many aspects of it, but we have to move forward for the next thing. I just want to say that we had a sidebar conversation I had one with Sarah early on about how the word democracy sparkles a lot of different emotions in people. And there is also something about language here that we might want to take into consideration. What do we mean when we talk about democracy? So I think that's also something that we might need to practice on. At least I have to practice on that when speaking about that, because it means different things in different cultural contexts, which is interesting in itself. So I'm going to wrap up here. Thank you guys so much for all of your thoughts, for your articles, and for your questions from the audience as well. This has been really inspiring. So thank you very much, and I'll leave it up to you, Tammy.
Thank you so much, Marie, and to all the panelists. Wow, thank you for just wonderful dynamic conversations. And actually, our next step is breakout rooms. So if you would like to talk more informally about the topics, we have the structure and the space to do that. What we're going to do is we'll create 4 different breakout rooms. You do not need to click accept. You'll automatically be invited to join one, but it's optional. If you do want to accept, there's no formal agenda. It's just a chance for people to get to know one another and to have a more informal opportunity to talk about some of these issues. And after the breakout room discussion ends at 35 past the hour, in about 20 minutes, 18 minutes, we'll move on to our third panel, which is dialogue and engagement, transcending music, transcending categories. We'll talk about music libraries and issues in Texas and Taiwan, and memory projects, thinking about cultural heritage from China in US libraries. Really, really fascinating papers. So I encourage you to join us. And thank you very much. So now I'll go ahead and make the breakout rooms. Let's take a moment to set those up, and let's see. Okay, thanks everybody. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the New Librarianship International Influences Symposium. We are delighted to have you here joining us today. And now it's my turn to moderate a session. I was thinking about who could moderate, and then I realized I really want to be the one leading this conversation. So please excuse me as I juggle the different roles between chair of the whole symposium and chair of the session. But hopefully it'll all go smoothly and fine. Basically, and let's see, yes, thank you. This session is called Dialogue and Engagement, Transcending Categories. And we have three very different and very unique perspectives today. We'll talk about ideas of different ways of categorizing music. We'll look at video oral history projects, and we'll talk about localization from three different perspectives. Each person brings different countries, multiple different countries to the conversation. So let me just introduce myself for a moment before I go ahead and introduce the panelists. I am Special Projects Coordinator at University of South Carolina in the School of Information Science, and also an Adjunct Assistant Professor of Ethnology at the University of New Mexico. I do a lot of work on cultural heritage politics. I do my fieldwork in China with an indigenous community called the Moso people in Southwest China, in Northwest Yunnan and Southwest Sichuan provinces, and have just learned so much from spending time in those communities that are impacted by tourism, by the heritagization of local areas, and by the politics of nation building that surround them. So that's the lens that I bring to the world of information science, as well as a deep interest in archiving and ethical approaches to archiving. Some of the conversations we were having that last panel are really the core of my work. So thank you all for joining us today and being willing to hear our ideas. The first speaker is Alistair Canavan. Alistair is originally from Cork, Ireland, and is now an early career librarian working at the Alexandria Public Library in Virginia after receiving an MLIS degree from the University of Maryland. He received a BA in music from Skidmore College in the United States, where his ethnomusicological research on Irish Sean-Nós singing sparked an interest in how music outside Western classical traditions is treated in higher education. And his current work looks to view this larger question through library lenses, looking at cataloging practices. His paper is available from the Scholar Commons website, and so you can read more about that. We'll post the link. Maybe Michael can post the link in the chat for us. The next speaker is Lojo, and Lojo is the Chinese Studies Librarian in the International and Area Studies Department of Duke University Libraries. And she does a lot of work as a subject librarian, including research consultation, library instruction, collection building, and guide development. And her professional interests include research methods, digitization, web collection, and China's publishing history. She's an active member of Duke's Asian and Pacific Studies Institute and a member of the editorial board for today's International Influences Symposium. She'll tell us more about the memory project, so I'll save that for her own presentation. And then our final speaker is Dr. Ling Hui Zheng. She is professor and director of Texas Women's University at the School of Library and Information Studies. She teaches the foundations of information, organization of knowledge, marketing and advocacy, and community engagement. Dr. Zheng has numerous scholarly publications and presentations and is a recipient of 4 different federally funded grant projects. She served on the Governing Council of the American Library Association for 9 years, has been the president of the Texas Library Association, and is a frequent speaker on topics including library advocacy, diversity, leadership development, and community-based librarianship, as well as an active community volunteer with the United Way of Denton County in Texas. Dr. Zheng has just returned from a 5-week trip to Taiwan, about which she will be speaking today. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get started with Alistair, and looking forward to hearing from you all. Alistair, are you ready to go?
Sorry, my connection isn't great. Yes, so I, in my paper, looked at the music collections of 13 university libraries that either had dedicated music libraries or prominent music departments. And these 13 universities were spread across 10 different countries. I specifically was looking to determine how music outside of the Western classical tradition was treated by taking a dual approach of, I was both examining the relative volume of works of those related to Western classical versus those not, as well as taking a closer look at the vocabulary that was used to describe the non-Western music. And what I ended up finding was, first of all, that as anyone who is familiar with music in academia may not be surprised by, a lot of the collections were in fact dominated by Western classical music. But in addition to that, what I wanted to focus on a little more today was the fact that all of the universities, or most of the universities, were using what in the paper I refer to as catch-all genres. So these are terms like world music, or words that were also used were folk music or foreign music were used in the same capacity. Basically, they're these genres or labels that get used as a miscellaneous bin. Anything that they find difficult to classify that doesn't fit neatly into a predefined Western genre gets thrown into this catch-all genre. And the reason this tends to be a problem is because in many cases, in most cases, any music that comes from Asia, Africa, South America, and even cases such as Native American chants, or in my case, traditional Irish music, all gets thrown into this catch-all genre, regardless of what its stylistic elements. And the reason that this is a problem, the reason I think that this is something that needs to be addressed, is because ultimately I find it very disrespectful to the cultures, because there's this assumption, there's this implication that by relegating everything to this one category, there's an implication that the music isn't nuanced enough to be deserving of the same level of categorization that we give Western classical music. And there's also a further implication that it's not quite advanced enough to be considered in the same category and at the same level as Western music in the collection. And I think furthermore, particularly as it relates to this symposium topic, there's an assumption that the collections will only be viewed by members of the home culture of the university, which these days really just isn't a practical assumption anymore. Between international students or just people able to access the collections online, it's very likely that members of the cultures that these music belong to can access these collections, can see how they are being treated. And in doing so, it really brings the level of disrespect or disregard into a new light, because you're not just treating people who aren't in the room with this disrespect, but it's people who are going to come face to face with it to see how their cultures are being treated. And so what I suggested as a potential solution is that the non-Western music collections should be broken up and distributed amongst what have up until now been exclusively Western genre categories, as according to how the music is considered, how it's classified in its home culture. So whether it's classical or pop or folk or something along those lines, meaning that classical music of other cultures gets put in the same category as the likes of Haydn or Beethoven. What this would mean is that we'd also want to pair it with a more robust usage of geography or region filters, so that, for example, a scholar of Beethoven can still find the works that they need by just filtering by, Germany or Europe. But in doing this in a way that also it doesn't hinder existing Western music scholars, but it does greatly increase the discoverability and also just the respect given to the music of non-Western cultures.
Thank you very much, Alistair, for opening us off with that discussion. I just to pose a quick question that this is not only music, right? There are issues that are similar related to religions as well, where we have a kind of Christianity and biblical traditions enshrined in the cataloging system, and then anything else is other. I was just at a talk about Native American literature that was talking about this issue in a similar way, right?
I believe so. My focus is more on the music and the art style, but yeah, I do believe it is a larger issue as well.
Okay, well, great, thank you. Let's go ahead and turn to Lojo now. And I believe she's going to show some of her memory project video with us. So we'll give her a little more time to do that. Go ahead, thank you.
Good morning, very happy to be here. And I do need to share my screen. Okay. Can you all see my PowerPoint?
Yes, you can see it.
Okay, so give you a very quick introduction of the memory project at Duke University. And the project was started by a rather famous documentary filmmaker, Wu Wenguang, from 2010. He led a group of young filmmakers and they went back to, they call their own village, which means where their parents or grandparents came from. And so it's still ongoing. So it's a little more than 10 years. And over the 10 years, more than 150 of these young filmmakers have joined the project. And they interviewed the elders in the village about their experience of the Great Famine happening in China, which is roughly from 1958 to 1962. The official name for that famine is 3 year of natural disaster, or 3 difficult years. And you can see what's the official name for or interpretation or the memory that the official want the people to have. But from those stories, you can hear a very different thing. And the group of filmmakers decided in 2012, very lucky for Duke, is that they decided to place the original footage of the interviews with our library. So we are very lucky to have them. And it started to come, the archive started to come one by one since 2013. And so we have a lot of things, as you can see. We have more than 1,000 videos documenting these stories. And these are done in local dialect. That's very difficult to understand for a native speaker as me. And so luckily, we do have some text information. As you can see, we have 300 transcripts. Half of them have been translated into English. We also have we call it blogs. And I can show you what is a blog, which is right here. From the very start of the project, the filmmakers kept a blog where they post stories from the interviews of the project they did. And you can see with a picture, so there's a picture of the interviewee and there's a summary of the story. These are also wonderful information about the interviews. And so we managed to match the blog post, each individual post with each video that we receive here. We also had plans to archive the whole blog, but unluckily, when we just about to do the job in 2016, the whole blog was taken down by the Chinese government, so it's no longer. But luckily, we already have all the content, but we were just unable to preserve the look and the original look of the blog itself. And so we also, I know there are questions about copyright issues, and the copyright of these videos still belong to these filmmakers. Duke University Library only have the licensing rights, meaning that we and the filmmakers sign a non-commercial share alike 4.0 contract with them, where we have the rights to organize, to share, and to publish these videos in our library's website. We also have recommendations if you want to use these works for your own research or teaching. Here's a citation. But if you do more than that for publications or other kind of things, you do need to get permission from these filmmakers. And so let's talk about it. I just mentioned that it took us a couple years actually to organize these materials, to process, organize. And the next step is for us to publish that. And we did already publish 3 batches of all the videos. And now we have 650, a little more than 650 videos already published. The biggest challenge is it is not a craft-made database just for the project. Our project, all the content has to fit in an English-centric environment. And that means that there's a batch level workflow, not necessarily work for this project. There's lots of high touch. They call it high touch project, meaning there's a lot of things you have to be done manually. So I'll talk more if you have more questions during the Q&A, but give you a very quick look of the database. And this is going to be the video that I'm going to show to you today to just give you a feel what these interviews look like. So let me go to the video itself. So this is a video done by one filmmaker. Her name is Zhang Mengqi. She's joined the project since the very beginning, 2010, and still is part of the project. I just want to quickly show you that you actually can download the whole video if you like it. And under documents, you can see you have a transcript in Chinese, CN. You have transcript in English, EN ending. You also have emails from Zhang Mengqi talking about this project. And of course, you have a blog post. So let me just play a little bit. And sorry, let me, so you have it better. I just kind of play it just a tiny bit. Can you hear it? Okay.
他们是怎么饿死的啊？他们是怎么饿死的？
We can't see the subtitles.
There's no subtitle.
Okay.
这么饿，摸上哪吃的？我这摸上没拿，一吃食堂一散，我这没在空间上头。
There's no subtitle, but I can give you a quick translation. The filmmaker Zhang Mengqi asking, how did they die of starvation? And the old lady replied saying, we were told that we couldn't cook at home. We have to join the commune canteen, but there's not enough food at this commune canteen. Tell me, is my time up? Then I can just pause here for 5 minutes.
You can go on for another minute and then we'll come back.
Okay, wonderful. And I do want to show the lady when she's trying to. There's no conversation in this part, but you can hear the pig's voice in the background. She was a barefoot doctor during earlier years, and now that's her current situation. I just want you to see her walking a little bit. that's all. And looking forward to your questions.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that's that moment where as a filmmaker, you want to go run and help the lady get down the stairs. And then at the same time, you want to show everybody what it's like for her to get down the stairs. I just want to say I was at an oral history event last Friday, and just logging into a center that I used to be part of presenting for in China, in Beijing. And I heard this presentation of this person talking about the oral history project, and it was so interesting. And this woman who did all these things and was telling about the project and the process, and it sounded so familiar. And then I realized it was Zhang Mengqi who was giving the presentation, who was the filmmaker for this session. And then later Wu Mengguang showed up as the discussant at the end of the session. So it's a small world, an amazing, amazing project. I encourage everyone to explore more. Okay, so now let's move on to Linghui Zheng, who's going to talk to us about localization and different issues going between Taiwan and Texas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tammy, and thank you for pronouncing my last name absolutely right. Let me share my screen. This is the monk from afar, and I use this image on my title slide with a Buddha in the middle, a monk on the right, and a robot monk on the left. There is a saying in Chinese that the monk from the other mountain teaches better. And I told my host that the speakers from the United States may introduce concepts and speak from different perspectives, but they're not necessarily better. I conducted 2 weeks of visiting lectures in Taiwan, including 4 guest lectures to master and doctoral students, as well as 2 speeches to practicing librarians at a national library and an academic library. The problem, which is not really a problem, but an essential and difficult task to me, is to make sure that I can convey the knowledge and concepts that I intend to convey across the language and cultural boundaries. You see, when I was at the beginning of my doctoral study, I woke up one night, suddenly realized that I was dreaming in English. For more than 30 years since then, I had used English as the primary language in speaking and writing. Whenever I prepare for a presentation in Taiwan, it is imperative for me to get myself reacquainted with my native language, that is Chinese in writing and Mandarin in speaking. I need to identify proper translations of scholarly terms and practice the sentence structure in speaking Mandarin. More importantly, I need the audience to make personal connections to my examples and feel the impact from my passion and conviction. I gave a speech at the National Central Library in Taiwan to an audience of more than 100 practicing librarians and students. I began my speech with this image from the riot in Ferguson, Missouri in 2014 with a tweet from Ferguson Public Library. I didn't have to think hard on using this photo. We see a Black child standing alone, surrounded by more than 24 adult white policemen in riot gear with their hands on their guns and rifle. Some images need no explanation. One of the hardest things that I do is to find the good translations of terms that do not usually appear in casual conversation. For example, terms like critical inquiry, appreciative inquiry, assets-based community development, collective impact, and even terms like sustainability, resilience, empowerment, passion. For example, take the word empowerment. In Chinese, it's called 势能, or giving energy. That's actually not the meaning I want to convey. I actually want them to know about providing opportunities for people to discover their own power. They are not given power by other people. The word passion, for example, can be translated into two terms, 热情, meaning love between one person and another, or 热忱 for a cause, love for a cause, love for the belief. And of course, I'm not talking about love between two persons right here. Whenever I prepare for professional and scholarly communication in Taiwan, I keep in mind that I need to be sensitive to my own cultural orientation and the cultural orientation of my audience, which after 40 some years, I no longer possessed. Education for librarianship is mostly the undergraduate level in Taiwan, for example, as opposed to master's level in United States. Taiwan has a much more centralized funding structure, whereas in the United States, libraries could be funded at different levels from different sources. It is important for me to localize the examples I use whenever I can. So when I was talking about identifying community assets by first identifying our own individual assets, I use an example of the new friend I just met right before that speech, Xie Zhen. As soon as she introduced herself, she took out the little massage tool and started massaging me, give me a massage on my neck, my shoulders, and my hands, because she wanted me to be ready for the speech, and her skills was just absolutely wonderful. A lot of the concepts, soft skills, and advocacy are quite universal. The concept of community-based librarianship is the same in both countries. What I cannot assume universal is how they love their own place, how they love their own community and the people around them. So ultimately, what I want in my scholarly exchange with them is to break that traditional model of libraries and librarians acting as the monk from the other mountain to inform, to advise, and to rescue. What I want for them to see is to facilitate, what I really want is to facilitate that change of mind in my audience so that they could see their role as librarians to empower. The best way to do so is for me to open my mind, my heart, so that they could see what I believe and they could feel the vibration of my passion for what we can do as members of our own community. And in a sense, this is what I really hope that all the people in my audience could see, even through across the language barrier, across the cultural barrier. I want all of them to understand, to see that we as librarians can use that information and communication technologists to facilitate positive changes in our own community. I'm going to stop here just for any questions later.
That's perfect. Well, thank you three for starting us out and really giving a great introduction to quite diverse and really important projects. So maybe if we can move in reverse order. So for Ling Hui, you know, what you just said about the opening your heart and these vibrations, this came up in earlier panels too, about like just really, you know, in a way, I think they were talking about hearts and minds, which is a little bit different, but just really connecting with people on this deeper level. How do you think that librarians and library professionals and information professionals can make that kind of connection that would inspire someone to, you know, pull out that massage tool and decide to like make your life easier? I mean, I know we can't do that in the US, it's like culturally context specific, but when you said that, it just made me think of the more intimate, you know, kind of relationships that I often had with people in China versus the more distanced approach that many people take in the United States. So how can we kind of bring those ideas to broader international librarianship issues?
How do we do that? I don't know. I have to say, I don't know. I'm still struggling. I've been talking about similar kind of concept, the community development, asset-based community development since 2011, and I'm still struggling.
And what do you think are the biggest barriers for kind of more community-based librarianship in Taiwan?
You know, personally, I think our education is a barrier. Education for librarianship put a lot of emphasis on helping. And what I do in my class, for example, I tell the students, please, please, please take the word help out of your vocabulary. We're not outsiders coming to help. We are part of the community. We need to have the ownership. We need to see them as equal. We are not up high up and giving help to people who are helpless. And that is the concept that I've been trying to, well, I'm trying to say anywhere I can say.
So more facilitator than helper.
Yep, we're facilitators, we're not helpers.
Yeah. Lo, do you want to follow on that?
Oh, I agree wholeheartedly. You know, I was just talking about just from the project I did, one conversation I had with Wen Guang, the leader of the project, at the beginning of deciding how to organize the material. You know, the library perspective is always organized around authors, right? Around the filmmakers. He told us, no, the main person are these villagers, the people being interviewed. It's their story, it's them that's important. We are not important. So we actually organize by villages, not by filmmakers, but you still have the filmmakers' future to find materials though. So I totally agree with everything you just said. I just wholeheartedly, you know, if you put down the word help, you know, from higher up that way, then you can really learn something. Then you may really be helping each other instead of just one way helping. You know, we always get help from, you know, the community we work with, basically. We get them to help us to understand, basically. Yeah.
My next question for you, Lo, it's about, it's kind of a response to a conversation that we had at the end of the very first symposium. I don't know how many people that are with us today were there then as well, but it was a discussion about how in China, people don't really have the ability to speak back to state power, how in the United States we do, and then in China that voice is lacking. And there wasn't a good moment for us to have a robust conversation about that. But I thought instantly of your project and this tension between, on the one hand, you have control over the official discourse by removing the website. And on the other hand, there's this powerful set of voices that is happening, you know, not completely undercover. These are openly, these are open activities. So could you speak a little bit about the dynamics of the filmmakers doing this work and then your role as, yeah, are you safeguarding the data? We talked about in the panel in New Zealand, like, are you taking the data to protect it where it can't be as protected? But could you just speak about that a little bit?
I think in terms of story, the level of story or conversation, I think there are at least two layers. One is the official account of what happened those 3 years or 4 years. The other is what happened in the city and what happened in rural China, really the grassroots, really the bottom of the Chinese society. We hear, I grew up in mainland of China. I heard the official account so many times. It is very natural when I think about the first year, you know, the official name for those 3 years came up to my mind immediately. So that's the first layer. The second layer is we do now, you know, the past, I think, 30 years, 20 years at least, hear stories happen to people in cities. What happened to them? Then they don't have enough nutrition. They need a ticket to buy everything. You know, we heard lots of those stories about that. We seldom hear stories from really these villagers, these poor villagers. They almost had no voice in any kind of conversation in the country, but they are the backbones of the Chinese society, right? They do agriculture, they produce grains, which China is still a agricultural country. So I feel there's layers of, how do you give people the true narrative of what happened in China? The other is, we hear more of the elite narrative of what happened, but we seldom hear from the bottom of the society what truly happened to them. So it's just several layers. And talking about, and even for historians, they probably in the past have more material to study the elite level, what happened to this group of this class, right? They don't actually have a lot of information to study what happened to the bottom of the society. So in terms of my role, I think it's meaningful to do this project in a couple of ways. Number one, as just said, and now we have a wonderful collection or a project to present to researchers or even to the general public to learn what truly happened in China, which is not only meaningful for people in China, but for people everywhere in the world. I think we all can learn something from what happened in China. The other one is this thing, I mentioned the blog was taken down by the Chinese government. The Great Famine was a kind of not a highly sensitive political topic in China. But then things changed because if I remember correctly, it was 2010 or 12, a famous journalist in China published a 2-volume called Tombstones, documenting what happened in the Great Famine. And his work was, of course, controversial, but it was published in Hong Kong. But what's more, even made him more famous is his 2-volume was translated into English by actually a librarian at Harvard. I actually met this librarian, and her translation made this journalist work so famous outside China. And this person, his name is Yang Jisheng, was awarded. And that was right in February or March of 2016. And he was awarded this award. Sorry, I don't remember the name of the award, but he was not allowed to go outside China to receive this award. And because of his reputation, this blog, the whole blog post documenting also Great Famine, similar project, were taken down by the government immediately. So it's also important, if these wonderful interviews, these stories could not be well preserved in China, but at least they got preserved somewhere in the world and made available for everybody to study. So I think I'm very proud to be leading the project here at Duke University Library to do things like that. I'll just stop here.
Thank you. And what an immense undertaking too. Yeah, okay, and then to turn to Alistair, if we can ask you a little bit, there have been some efforts at, rethinking categorization in catalogs. And I believe that one of our presenters today has done some work with IFLA. I believe it's Camille Callison, who's chairing the next panel, who's done some work with, there's a committee on IFLA that's working on that. Where does your project fit into these conversations that are happening more broadly? And is there traction already within trying to reshape the ways that that Shawnos, for example, fit into the library catalogs?
Yeah, I think my project is really meant as like an initial exploration. I really wanted to see what kind of norms exist at almost deliberately at a more surface level. I wanted to I very purposefully approached the catalogs as an outsider rather than through going through the universities and getting like the information you'd be able to get if you were to work directly with say the people who are doing their collection development. Yeah, I mean, I think it is the biggest obstacle, in my opinion, that crops up, that I have definitely received as feedback, or what people react to, is ideally you would want to go, you need to go back and recatalog the entire collection. And then the biggest objection people have is just, well, we don't have the money to do that. We don't have the time or the people. And that's something that I've been able to reflect on. And I don't have a good answer to this, but I don't think anyone does. But I think that this is a consistent barrier that becomes particularly emotionally charged when we talk about any kind of social justice issues, when we talk about any kind of way that an established system is underserving a non-dominant group. I think we always run into this conflict between a kind of a moral issue of this is something that should be addressed, versus this just practical issue of there not being resources.
Yeah, I think that's a great way to say it too. It's something that some people perceive as threatening whenever you change something around, because it's just destabilizing the existing structure. As problematic as I think many of us would find that kind of approach and attitude. Okay, well, let's go ahead and open to the conversation for everybody that's present, and also for the panelists, if you have questions for one another, we also have time for that. So let me change my view so I can see people if anyone wants to raise their hand or put a question in the chat, or we can just go ahead with questions for one another. Why don't we start with that, if any of you want to ask anything to each other.
Alistair, I was trained as a cataloger, and I taught cataloging for quite a few years. And what you describe is exactly the kind of things that I was looking at. And of course, we got a lot of people who talked about, well, Dewey Decimal Classification System, all other religion except Christianity is in 290. And so everything other is all the way to the end, all the way to the nines. And that's the kind of thing. I do recognize that it costs a lot for any library to recatalog the whole thing. And even before recataloging anything, we need a new classification system. And changing the classification system is, I don't know if it's possible, but in reality, most of the time, what we're talking about is changing a tiny little number, reshuffling a few numbers at a time, every few years, not every few weeks. And then, of course, after that, people are still talking about we don't have money to do it. And so I fully appreciate the scope of the problem. I don't have a solution, but I think we need to stop making that kind of excuse at some point. And if we need to do it piecemeal, so be it. But we need to stop making that excuse, because there are way too many people who are not served.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, and a really good kind of beginnings of, as you say, it's a very large scale problem, and the idea of kind of approaching it in small increments has the additional benefit of not only being a little less resource intensive, but also I think it's an easier sell to, because ultimately there are always others involved, other higher ups or boards or funders or anything that you need buy-in from. And I think having that just this larger bureaucracy that you need to deal with. I think that that's a really good, a good start, a good idea.
We have a question from David. Linkus, go ahead.
Hi, so I'm thinking what's interesting about all the great presentations, all of them are dealing in some ways with language at one point, whether we're using it to communicate concepts, to describe materials, to capture the language within a community, and also the difficulties related to all of those. And I'm thinking, and I see Sarah putting Ranganathan's faceted classification scheme in the discussion. So Alistair, if you don't mind, I'll start with direct the question to you, which is, this concept that communities close to, say, the production of these materials, the composers, the listeners, et cetera, I think, is there an implicit assumption that they have a common language to use for these things? It seems like that's one, so if we get local and indigenous populations, I think sometimes we just treat that as if it is an already holistic and decided group. And the other is, when we build systems, we now have the ability to use multiple forms of classifications or subject identifications. We don't necessarily have to pick one, but I wonder if you could take on the idea of, once again, when we go to try and create closer and more representative descriptors, what do we do with that? In essence, the communities themselves may be either in conflict or simply not have gelled around common terminology.
Yeah, just to kind of address that issue of a common language, that definitely is another aspect of the issue that I hadn't addressed here, but it is also another consideration of the system is very much built around Western classical music. I think one of the primary examples being notation. There's a lot of assumptions that what your music has a score that it can be notated, and that's simply not the case for a lot of cultures, Irish Senos being one of them. And you also get issues of composer. You have a lot of older works that don't have known composers. It's actually sometimes in both traditional Irish and I believe also some traditional Indian works have a phenomena that sometimes newer musicians will obscure the fact that they wrote a piece, because if it's by an unknown composer, it has a bit more prestige. Or you have cultural significances where I know there are some Native American tribes where you have people who they consider some of the chants or some of the music to have come to them in dreams, or there's a larger spiritual aspect, so they don't claim ownership the way that we typically associate with classical composers or with a lot of other Western music. So yeah, that is definitely another consideration of just the way that we are the way that we've set up the academia in general, not just in libraries, to consider music is very much Western centric. So that it is a much larger piece that I'm approaching from the library lens, but there are other issues that it's a part of a larger issue.
Yeah, there's also a lot of issue with authorship. I think that's an interesting point that connects with what Lo is saying in terms of who do you put these works in under? Like, is it the filmmaker as author? Is the person whose story is being told the author? Is the village? I actually thought you were going to say that the village should be the central like cataloging unit. Of course, that's included as one of the attributes, but what if we give the village authorship? What if we just open up the idea of who is the author? And of course, that's such a, core mark cataloging field. So we can't really give up the author field, but yeah, maybe destabilizing it a little bit. Any other questions or comments? Or go ahead, Lo.
Yeah, I just want to quickly add the finding aids of the memory project is organized by villages, not by filmmakers, according to the high recommendation from the filmmakers themselves. Yeah.
I'm also curious and so really helpful because, you know, it keeps coming back to we're treating a piece of music as, in essence, a document that can be described and characterized. And I'm thinking about some early work looking at everything from folksonomies, et cetera, but looking actually at Amazon, that when you look, part of the ways of finding materials is to see the comments and the reviews and such, where they're, you know, you'll see something like, here's book, and it's one of a series. Well, it's being classified as a book, but you don't see until the discussion of, this was, yeah, not so good as the first one or the second one. And you're suddenly creating this whole dynamic around these materials. And I'm just wondering if we look at our systems as less describing known items and more as a place where communities are having conversations around these things and being able to extract from that. I mean, it's kind of like embedding literary warrant right in the record itself as the function.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea to really embed different information in there. Oh, go ahead, Laura.
David, I think there are systems that allow readers to put tags on those things, which is similar to what you described. You know, I love this because this is one of something. But I don't remember seeing some, but I remember seeing some examples, but Duke is not using it. So I don't have first-hand experience, but I love that idea. How often we find books on Amazon, but not finding in the catalog, in the library catalog.
Yeah, I mean, because I'm thinking back to, and Ling, you can jump in on this because you say you've actually got the training of doing it, which is the notion of, it used to be reduce noise at all costs, right? How do we reduce noise in our classification? And now what we're finding with new algorithms and linked data environments is that noise is actually additional context that can be used in algorithms and such. So very interesting.
One of the biggest problems that I have had in cataloging and teaching cataloging and doing all kind of activities, scholarly activities in cataloging, is this whole concept of just what you say, David, literary warrant. The whole idea that something is written down in order to be valuable. Something is written down in order to be recognized. That's the whole concept of authorship, that if you don't write it down, it doesn't exist in catalogers' mind. And so we need to get that whole literary warrant out of the window before we can even talk about, okay, voice is creation. Movement is creation. Objects are creation. And so that's the part that we have not been able to address adequately in cataloging. I have not been teaching cataloging or doing research in cataloging for 20 years now. So
I was just going to ask you, Linghui, is there any difference in approach in Taiwan, or is it similar challenges there?
In Taiwan, most of the libraries who use Dewey Decimal Classification system actually revise the entire Dewey system to fit into the knowledge structure of Chinese, Taiwanese, and the entire educational structure. So there is much more emphasis on the Eastern, what we call Eastern cultural, and more religion varieties and that kind of thing. And that kind of revised Dewey Decimal Classification, we still call that, I remember we still call that Dewey Decimal Classification, but that is that is a completely different version.
Well, great. Well, thank you so much. I just want to point out there's some really interesting discussion in the chat as well from Sarah Wingate Gray about folksonomies and some links to resources, as well as the British Library tagging and Flickr, as well as some comment from Stacey Allison, who's one of our panelists in the roundtable coming up next. So let me just thank our panelists for this session very much. We really appreciate your perspectives, and I think all three projects are worth exploring in more detail. And really the memory project is just ripe for student researchers, any researchers. There's an enormous amount of information there. So for those of you trying to internationalize your courses a little bit, it's a great resource for people that are not Chinese speakers that can kind of jump into a different world. So thank you. And then to shift back into my symposium chair role here for a moment, we'll have a break until 45. So 12:45 our time and 45 minutes after for where you are all from. I just lost my screen. I'm just gonna share my chat here. But it looks like Christine is also sharing the screen. So anyway, the next step is the Indigenous Librarianship and International Ideas Roundtable. It will be fantastic. We have met in advance. We have had a lot of dialogue in advance, and just very powerful dynamic conversation coming up soon, moderated by Camille Callison, who has a wonderful new position as the university librarian at the University of Fraser Valley, which is like library director. So really excited that all three people are coming to share time with us, and we'll see you all soon. Thank you. Okay, everybody, welcome back. We are going to get started in just a moment here. And we wanted to thank you for joining us for the final session, the final official session of the International Influences Symposium of the New Librarianship Symposium. And we are delighted to have with us a very robust set of presenters today who I think are going to have some powerful ideas to share and have some fun doing it. So let me begin by introducing the moderator, Camille Callison, and then I'll turn it over to her for the symposium itself. Camille Callison brings expert knowledge and lived experience to our conversation about Indigenous knowledges and relationship building in library, archival, and cultural memory praxis. She is a Tahltan Nation member, the University Librarian at the University of the Fraser Valley in British Columbia, and a passionate cultural activist who is pursuing a PhD in anthropology dedicated to the continued survival and activation of Indigenous knowledges, languages, and cultures. Camille serves as the chair of IFLA Professional Division H and is a member of the IEEE P2890 trademarked recommended practice for provenance of Indigenous peoples data, the OCLC Reimagined Descriptive Workflows Advisory Group, the NISO Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Subcommittee, and the Canadian Truth and Reconciliation Commission Task Force on Archives. She is committed to advancing matters related to Indigenous peoples and creating meaningful change related to equity, diversity, and inclusivity within cultural memory professions. And I actually met her at an ATALM session, I guess it was last year. It was one of those pandemic webinar things that I got to sign up for that it probably wouldn't have been to before. And was just so inspired by what I heard from her and her contributions there that I wanted to see if she would be willing to join our conversations here. So just very honored to have you here with us, and welcome to everybody.
Well, thank you so much, Tammy. I hope you can hear me. And I want to welcome everyone here today and to pay special honoring to our veterans today and those who are currently serving in the armed forces. Today is Remembrance Day in Canada, and on Monday it was Indigenous Veterans Day in Canada. And I just wanted to acknowledge that as we move into this session, because we really owe a huge debt of gratitude to those who have served our country. So with that said, I think we can move into some of the matters related to Indigenous international librarianship and some of the work that's been done by my incredible co-panelists today. So we're just going to have a conversation today about the work in international Indigenous librarianship. And I'm going to start off by introducing the co-panelists today. So first of all, I'd like to introduce Anahera Moru, who is the convener of the International Indigenous Librarians Forum in our last one. And I'll just ask her to give her introduction of who she is, because I know that I may not be able to speak some of the language, the Maori language correctly. So I'll just turn the mic over to her, and I want to give her a warm welcome joining us across the world.
E mea hanga ko papatua nuku te paparahi ko ngā maunga ngā paupau. Ko te rangi e titiro iho nei te tuanui. Pūhanga tohara titiro ki te ramaroa. Te ramaroa titiro ki whiria te paiaka o te riri te kawa o rāhiri. Whiria titiro ki pangaru ki papata ki te rākau tū papata i tū ki te taihau a uru. Pangaru papata titiro ki maunga taniwha. Maunga taniwha titiro ki tokerau, tokerau titiro ki rākau mangamanga. Rākau mangamanga titiro ki manaia, manaia titiro ki tutamoe. Tūtā moe titiro ki maunga nui titiro ki pūhanga tohora ko tēnei te whare tapu o ngā puhi. E rima ngā iwi te whare nei ko Ngāti Whātua ki te tonga, ko te raroa ki te uru, ko te aupauri ki te raki, ko Ngāti Kahu ki te whiti, ko ngā puhi te tāhuhu o te whare tapu rā. Ka hono ahau ki Ngāti Tarara, ko Kōtirangi, ko Wera, ko Airani, ko Portugal, nō reira, ko Anehira Morehu tōku ingoa. Ko ahau te tuakana tumuaki o te rauhiringa o Aotearoa, ka noho au i ngā kāi whakahau o te rōpu whakahau, e mahi ana hau i Waipapa Taumatarau, he mihi kia koutou o te motu honu nā, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā rā koutou katoa. I provided my links to Earth Mother and Sky Father, as well as the many mountains, rivers, oceans, and tribal connections I have around the world, with my ancestral origins, including Ireland, Scotland, Wales, Portugal, and Croatia, and especially those within Aotearoa, New Zealand, a little country way, way down in the boondocks. I currently work as a kaiarihi at the University of Auckland Business School, whilst also being the immediate past president of our National Library Association, Lianza, an executive member of our Māori National Organisation for Repositories, Te Rōpu Whakahau, and as Camille mentioned, I convened the 2019 International Indigenous Librarians Forum on behalf of Te Rōpu Whakahau and held here in Aotearoa. I also sat with, oh gosh, I can't even, we were in Puerto Rico when we actually put in the 10th for the IFLAs in education section. So what we call our bodies of knowledge, I think it was around the bodies of knowledge for measuring how you ran or how the international body ran its education for training of people in the information system. And that was the Indigenous paradigms and recognition of traditional knowledge. Nō reira, e mehi nei he tangi nei, e te iwi tu tonu rā, tēnā rā koutou katoa. Yeah, and it back to you, Camille.
So welcome. I really appreciate that. And I want to say, Madhu Cho, huge thank you in Teltan and for your song. And I should have immediately said that I was, I'm currently on the Stolo Tamek, so the Stolo Nation's lands here where I live and I work, but I am from the Tuskia clan of the Teltan Nation. So that's kind of where I'm situating myself today. I'm about 28 hours south of in British Columbia, close to Vancouver, BC, from where I originate from. So I'm really honored to be here today with these wonderful people, and I want to take the opportunity next to introduce Stacey Allison Kassan. Dr. Allison Kassan has never ceased to surprise me and astound me in her knowledge of both our traditional ways and also too with technology. So I've learned a lot from her, and I've been honored to work with her for many years now here in the country we now know as Canada. So I'll just let Stacey introduce herself now and where she's from.
Thank you, Camille, for that lovely introduction. I'm like, oh, but I want to say my hellos to everybody from just outside of Toronto, Ontario, and I want to acknowledge that I'm on the lands of the current treaty holders, the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, and these lands are subject to Treaty 14. And I thought I will do my introduction today and let you know who I am. And so my mother's family came to Canada from Scotland and England, and my dad's family came to Canada from Ireland. And through my dad's mom's family, I'm Métis, so I have foremothers who are Anishinaabe and Menominee, and also French settlers who were involved in the fur trade. And so my community is primarily the Georgian Bay, sometimes called half-breed community or Métis community, but I also have connections through to the Red River and the historic Northwest. And I'm very proud right now to be serving on the Métis Nation of Ontario's Community Council, which is the Credit River Community Council that oversees the region that I'm in. And I thought today, since we're talking about Indigenous librarianship, and I thought I would bring this sash, which is, so Métis, part of our traditional dress is this sash, and this sash is actually from the Toronto York Region Métis Council. And part of the reason for, normally you might see in the background there, the Métis sash, you see it as reds and blues, but this sash was specially developed for the Toronto area. And I'll tell you a little bit about those colors. You can see it sort of more closely. So there are 3 blue stripes in this sash, and this represents the major rivers in the Toronto area. So the Humber River, the Don River, and the Rouge River. There's also 4 colors which represent the 4 directions. So black, yellow, red, and white. And that is because we're on the territories of the Anishinaabe people. So it's paying respects to the Anishinaabe people. And as well, the blue is there because, and the white, because the Métis flag is the flag with the infinity symbol on it, which is both blue and white. And then also green for our many beautiful green areas, forested areas and ravines that are in the Toronto area. So that is part of Métis culture, is the sash.
Lacey, can I interrupt for just one moment?
Yeah.
I just want to note that Métis is METIS.
Yes.
So that we can get this captioned.
Oh, yes. Yes.
METIS. Thank you very much.
Yes, it's a French word. So pronounced in French. So I've been very, very, I think, lucky to work with Camille on a number of things to do with Indigenous librarianship or Indigenous matters, both in the country known as Canada and internationally. And I've been a librarian for 15 years, but most recently I've taken up a position as assistant professor in the teaching stream at the University of Toronto Faculty of Information, where I'm really, really so delighted to be teaching future librarians and other information professionals, primarily in the area of librarianship and especially in cataloging and metadata and knowledge organization. So I enjoyed much of the presentation that was just before this one. So I'm going to stop there and turn it back over to Camille to lead us through our conversation.
So thank you so much, Madhu Cho, Stacey, and I wanted to also just say how honored I am to be sitting in this circle today with both of you. This idea came out of some of our discussions when we were talking about international influences in librarianship. And I had suggested this to Tammy, that we do a roundtable with us in conversation. And so we wanted to be able to talk about some of the international Indigenous collaborations and the beginnings of those, and what our personal journey is towards coming into this. And so I think that, first of all, one of the challenges has been in countries that have faced colonization and the effects of colonization, has been, first of all, to come together as Indigenous people in this profession. And there's always been a struggle for to be able to encourage and to train more Indigenous people in our cultural memory and heritage professions in library, archives, and museums. And I think that some of that has always had to do with the separation out of our knowledge into mainstream organizations and disciplines when we look at it holistically. And so I believe in the journey towards creating a critical mass of Indigenous people in this profession. The international influences and relationships have really been crucial in helping to build and to support each other in other countries when there was very few of us. And I think one of those has been that's been critical for many of us has been the International Indigenous Librarians Forum, that I'm going to turn that over to Anna Hera to talk about her personal journey with what we know as ILF, because I think that as the last chair and convener of the forum, and maybe to explain a little bit about the Maori stone that is transferred from country to country, and that would be terrific if we could hear a little bit from you, Anna Hera.
Kia ora, Camille. So originally what happened is that we had some really bolshy Māori that decided to go to a conference in America. And while they were there, it was a kaupapa was about Indigenous peoples and about Indigenous knowledge. And what they realized was that all the people that were speaking were not Indigenous. So they were being told how to be Indigenous and what the expectations was, and this is what Indigenous people were wanting. And pretty much when they came away from that, they actually met quite a few Indigenous people, the likes of the lovely Lorraine. I'm trying to think, what's your cousin's name in Canada that we met?
You know.
Yep. All of them, there was quite a few of them. And so what they did is they actually got together and they had a kōrero. And so in 1999, we hosted the first International Indigenous Librarians Forum. What we did is we actually shoulder tapped people and got them from the different areas. So we had them from Turtle Island, Hawaii, Australia, and Sami people. So they were invited to attend, and anyone else that actually made themselves known, we actually paid for them to come to Aotearoa to host the first International Indigenous Librarians Forum, or what's known as ILF, to begin the kōrero of where like-minded people could get together and talk about what it is that we actually do want in the realm of wharetanga or repositories, whether it be libraries, archives, galleries. As you see behind me, my beautiful longhouse is a repository of ours because it holds so many stories. So from there, every second year, we moved around the world as hosts. And of course, at the first one, we had 2 Māori stones, actually. It's I wish I had a picture, but I don't actually. I thought I had one, but I don't have a picture of it. So we were gifted a Māori stone, and the other Māori stone, the sister stone, was given to our national librarian who helped sponsor the conference or the forum. As it moved to Sami the following year, every country added a bit of their own Māori, their own essence, their own country, their whenua, to support the kaupapa, the purpose, the reason why we got together. It was a place for us as Indigenous people to get together and talk about what it is that we wanted, that we see, that we needed to support Indigenous peoples within repositories, within libraries, and help them make a stand when people were trying to say they need this, and we were saying, well, actually, who said that? And it was the typical, we believe that you need this, so this is what you're going to need, but without asking. So it went around the world many times. And the next one, we were unlucky because of COVID to not be able to return to our Sami relationships and meet there. But of course, with the IFLA Indigenous Matters section, it's helped us to still remain connected. So you're right, Camille, in that because Indigenous people seem to be the minority, they find it really hard to actually stand up. As I said, Bolshi Māori, Bolshi Taotang people like yourself, and Métis people and Anishinaabe people like Stacey, are very few and far between, really. And I remember going to a hui and a gathering and being asked, or someone asked the floor, who's Indigenous? You know, up went this Māori chick's hand, and up went a couple of my mates, Lorraine and oh gosh, names. There were about 3 of us, and yet I knew at least 10 people in that room that were Indigenous to their country, and not one of them put their hand up. And it was the whole feeling, or maybe being ashamed to be recognised as an Indigenous person. So ILF gave us the opportunity, and then we actually made it even bigger, and we started to invite and recognise that our allies in this world, yourselves that are currently here today, listening in, are mai o koutou taringa, that are listening in quite attentively, that you also played a huge role in making sure that it wasn't just about us, but it was about everyone in the holistic view. Kia ora.
Well, thank you so much. I did find a few pictures, and there's some in the link that I put in there. I couldn't share my screen when you were talking, but I really appreciate you talking about the origins and the beginnings of ILF and how that related to strengthening Indigenous librarianship and archival and other cultural heritage professions around the world. And I think that that's part of the journey that's happened in the last 20 years, is that the International Indigenous Librarians Forum has really given more voice to Indigenous professionals to be able to have that strength to speak out in forums like this one today, but in many other ones as well. My own personal experience was in 2005 when Dr. Jean Joseph, who was the founding librarian of Wewat Library at the University of British Columbia, invited me to come to Regina in Saskatchewan, located in the center of Canada, and hear her speak. And I met many other beautiful people, and I was invited to come to Otaki in 2009, which is where Dr. Lorraine Roy posed the question on whether we wanted to become a special interest group at the International Indigenous Librarians Forum. And at that point, we agreed upon the name of Indigenous Matters to talk about matters of importance to Indigenous people. And so with that, I wanted to talk to just turn it over a little bit to Stacey to talk about her personal journey as now the chair of what is now not a special interest group any longer, but we were successful in 2015 after I co-hosted with Elder Dave Cushane Jr. At the University of Manitoba, Anishinaabe elder who is a powerful knowledge keeper from the Anishinaabe community. We were able to have the necessary signatories and section members to create a section. And so Tapaya was the first chair. I was the second, and now I want to welcome Dr. Stacey Allison-Kassan to speak to us a little bit about the work of IFLA Indigenous Matters section. So I think that we look at this and we're talking about some of the very beginnings of how this work started, and then we'll talk about some of the benefits and challenges in it. Stacey, did you want to speak?
Yeah, sure, for sure. So IFLA, I'm sure many of you know the International Federation of Library Associations, with its many sections that have to do with different parts of librarianship. Of course, as I said a little bit earlier, as a cataloger, metadata person, IFLA sort of looms large in terms of standard developments and its influence in how that side of librarianship works. And I was very, very honored and maybe a bit intimidated, I'll even say, to take over from Camille and Paya, the chairing of the Indigenous Matters section at IFLA, and to be working alongside so many amazing Indigenous librarians. But I will say that Indigenous Matters section at IFLA includes Indigenous and non-Indigenous people working in the library field, and really does continue to have that strong, yeah, I was voluntold. I might have been voluntold. but really continues to have that close relationship with ILF and that sort of kernel of those beginnings with ILF. And I think something that I think is important to say about IFLA Indigenous Matters section is really continuing to also hold that space as a place for Indigenous librarians and people working in sort of the cultural heritage or the knowledge space to come together and work on sort of common issues and providing that bridge to other national associations. I first actually met Camille just a few years ago, and I'm trying to remember now if that was in 2017, maybe. Yeah, I think so. But and through Camille, ended up joining the Canadian Federation of Library Associations Indigenous Matters section, and so that was sort of my pathway also into IFLA. So there's all these sort of tendrils or relationships that are really important when we talk about this international work, that it's not just the one sort of standalone entity, but that we have all these relationships in all different ways. And I think, again, because, this is maybe speaking to some of the challenges, that many times there might only be one Indigenous librarian at a library, or one or a few even in an association or professional association. And so having these avenues and pathways to these kinds of bodies is really, really important, especially as we all are working to bring more Indigenous people. And I was thinking about Anahara's, who puts their hand up even. And there were many years where I did not put my hand up and identify myself. I was like, I'm just going to not let people know about that side of my own identity and work. And so, there are ways also that we can think about this kind of international work as a way of providing spaces for people. I mean, part of it is also just feeling connected and that there's a community, and feeling safe in many ways in countries where it has not been safe to be an Indigenous person. So with that, I'll hand it back to Camille.
Well, and I do want to point out that the reason I actually met Stacey at the Ontario Library Association Super Conference was because of my connection with from 2009 at the ILF with Samantha Callahan, who is a Maori librarian who is living in Britain, that she met at a conference. So when you look at all of these connections, this is really how many of us have met each other and have connected with each other to be able to create that synergy internationally. And so I do want to bring it back to that, because I think that's really important. I probably wouldn't have met someone in my own country who was Indigenous if it wasn't for the work of ILF. And I think that's really significant to bring that back to that. And I will say that at the first ILF that I attended, I was working and living in my own community and in Tahltan territory, and I was obviously the only person there with working in the community, and it felt very isolated and alone. And when I met people at ILF that were doing that same work, whether it was Celia Joe or David Kukata Jones or Deborah Lee and at the University of Saskatchewan, or I knew Kim Lawson already, who was at who's Helsik and now at the National Dialogue Center on residential schools at UBC, but I think it was really important to be able to meet people that I didn't really know from Canada as well too. So I think that this has actually been really beneficial for countries to strengthen our countries and our work within our own spheres as well. So those are some of the benefits. I know that there's many more, and there's been other things that have come out of ILF that have been particularly important. And I wanted to ask each of you, what has been the benefit for you in your professional career, and what you see for the work that you're doing within your people and your country? So I'll start with you, Anahara, and then I'll go to Stacey with the international. So this is really talking about our international connectivity through two of the areas that we've talked about today.
Well, from a person that was a stevedore before she even started working in Librarians as a personal assistant to a person who was not a librarian, into actually managing a team of librarians. It's been a really, really great journey. But one of them, as you say, has been the international connections. But I have to recognise that having our own Indigenous faction here in Aotearoa was the grounding for that. That was the foundation. Because it was there, those people, the likes of Chris C.K., Bernard Makware, Hinarangi Himeona, Ani Pahuru, it was through them that we met these other connections of Loreen, Sandy, Peter, all of these connections around the world that then got us interested in where we might think that we're this lot in this little country, but once you actually extend out and notice the amount of work that we're doing on the international realm, it became really key for us to keep those connections. And as you say, that's the biggest thing, is being able to connect our mountains, our rivers, our waterways. Everything connects in one. We might have different ways of engaging with each other, and we might have different ways of how we see the creation of the world, but we all have similarities. But being able to talk to each other, meet each other, hug each other, which you can't do now in COVID land. All of those come in handy. So one of the things for us is that all the time that I've traveled around, it's always interested me how, you know, in America and Canada, you have your Indigenous library faction. In Australia, they don't actually, they have ATSLUN, but they're actually still separated out, but together. Everywhere else, there actually really aren't Indigenous factions in the world of repositories. They're not their own. They don't stand aside. So Te Rōpū Whakahau is partners to our Pākehā, our Tauiwi association, the Hawaiians. So I went to Hawaii, was following an ATAM and a NAISA hui. I got invited back to Hawaii, where I took my niece, who was 3 at the time, and we talked about them forming a group so that they could have a group of people working in the Office of State of Hawaii, the Indigenous group, libraries, galleries, archives, and pull that all together. And that was the symposium, that was the start. But it was really about, why did we do this? And for us here in Aotearoa, it was always about intergenerational transmission. So to be able to share that and help lift them to move to where they are now, that they have a faction, is absolutely fantastic. We want more Indigenous people to be able to do that. And if they're doing it through IFLA IN, that Stacey's now chairing, that is one benefit that I see across the world, where we can share our learnings, our teachings, and share it with the world through that portal.
Thank you, Anahara. And Stacey, I was wondering if you could share some of the benefits that you see of being involved in our interconnected relationships and networks around the world.
Yeah, and I'll just pick up on that. I think, you know, in many countries, I think IFLA represents a space that people in their professional lives can be involved in. And so having an Indigenous Matters section within IFLA is really important for pathways for people who may not have some of those infrastructures in spaces of relationship within their own home countries. So in here, I absolutely agree with that, because, the IFLA Indigenous Matters section, we have, it really is a global community, and we have people who right now, somebody from South Africa, people from India, people from Malaysia, or many other countries. And so you have this space to come together in sort of commonality, but I will also say it's not about universals either. There's certain experiences or concerns, for things like language is really important, or how we care for knowledge, and again, that intergenerational knowledge transfer is really important. You see that those kinds of interests and concerns in common, but then you're also able to think about those differences, or how you, with experience in your country and your community, can link that or support someone else's work as well. So I think it really is about using that platform at IFLA, because it is, I always think of it as this giant, it feels like this giant hierarchical entity with all these parts, and there's this big governance structure. And so that is a place that has that, holds that space that we can use to push off from. And the other advantage, I'll just say in a very sort of instrumental way about IFLA, is that many people, it's not always easy for everybody to have time in their work lives to be able to devote to this kind of work. But having membership in an IFLA section, because it comes with that bit of, I think, a bit of that prestige, I don't know, but gives people the space in their professional work too, in some places that they might not if it was something else. So I think it is important just for making that space, holding that space. And then also I'll say, I know, Camille, that you have certainly, well, Camille, you've moved up the IFLA and Tapaya as well to being division chairs. So, but it also allows for cross-section relationships as well. So it's not just that we're in IFLA out to other groups, but it's also within IFLA. So we might have relationships with the cataloging section, or multicultural library section, or other kinds of sections too, where you can bring some of that experience to those other sections, and especially in developments of things like guidelines, or at the conference, or other kinds of spaces. So it allows also for that sort of cross-professional kind of space.
Thank you so much. I would have to agree with that. And I think that one of the really important aspects of Indigenous librarianship, and I often say this, is that we mirror librarianship. So when we're talking about Indigenous matters in librarianship, it mirrors actual librarianship in its importance, whether it's in cataloging or subject headings or service or collection development. It doesn't matter what it is, there's usually an Indigenous aspect to it. So oftentimes people, Indigenous people who are in the profession are often asked to be multi-talented in many of these sections. And so having that support internationally is crucial to be able to support each other in some of those other aspects that we might not be actual specialists in. And so I think that that's been really critical. And I look at the American Indian Library Association and some of the people that are there within that, and some of the American protocols on Native American, the Native American protocols, which were influenced by the Australian and Torres Island protocols and the Maori protocols. And I know when we talk about subject headings and classifications, we'll show all of those to be able to actually help leverage our position within what we're doing here in Canada or in another country. And I think that's been really critical. And I also want to acknowledge the allies that have helped us with many of this work moving forward, and even meeting people from other countries which aren't known for their Indigenous people. When IFLA Indigenous Matters had their satellite, were hosted by Dr. Rashida Balsan at Sarawak State Library. And we met many other Dayak, and I might not say that right, or Orang Ulu Indigenous people there, and noticed the similarities between us. And I think that that's been really interesting to be able to push that knowledge of each other's people and tribal peoples across the world. So it's been, I think, very informative. And with that, I do want to ask about the challenges that have occurred because of working internationally with Indigenous people. And I think that there's been many challenges trying to gather, trying to even find the people to gather has been quite challenging moving forward. So I'll just ask Anna Hara to talk about some of the challenges, and even the challenges in holding ILFs every 2 years, or getting to IFLA Indigenous Matters, and how that work happens. I'll just turn it over to you.
Many challenges. I suppose just talking about ILF and being held every 2 years, the biggest challenge is that our people aren't in one space. We're separated by miles, thousands of miles at times, and you're there trying to lead something within your area because it's your area that's hosting, but everyone is outside your area. Then you've got to think of, what does it mean? How are you? A lot of people are concerned around the tikanga, the customs and protocols that people might have to travel through when they're coming in. So they get a little bit tetchy around that, because they're thinking, oh my gosh, they're coming and, we have these protocols, so that these are different to anyone else's. But it's like, mate, we're on your whenua, that's your homeland. We will respect it the way that you want us to. So you tell us and we'll just do it. So that's the biggest thing, is trying to get over the fear. The other one is actually encouraging them. And of course, finances play a huge role, but it depends on the economy of your country at the time, or your state, mainly because organizations need to support you, not just with the time off, but actually support you financially to get there. And for little old New Zealand, traveling anywhere in the world costs heaps. For you fellas, you are, 3 times the amount of our $1. So it's like, coming to Aotearoa, mama is, but for others, they do have those kind of restrictions. But also, even for ILF, I remember this lovely Samoan girl came to one of our hui, and she got held up. What are you doing here? You're not Indigenous. And it was like, I said, excuse me very much. She may work in Aotearoa, but she's Indigenous in Samoa. So she's allowed to be here because she's an Indigenous person. It was around a translation or a definition that they gave to Indigenous people being a minority. And I says, do not tell me who's Indigenous. I will tell you who I am. And if I'm, put the hand up type of thing. So that's a really, really big challenge of people's perspective, because they may not be living in their country, but when they're at home, they are Indigenous, and you can't take that away from them no matter where they live in the world. Being able to connect is really, really hard. And we get these opportunities by attending IFLA, Indigenous, any conference that we can possibly get to, that we can get support. Fantastic. Technology is fantastic now, but it doesn't help us feed off each other's wairua, our auras and the sharing, that you get of just being next to someone and being able to enhance each other, lift each other. You don't really get that offer, on a Zoom meeting. But we try the best that we can. We think about our connections. But the challenges as well is that it's really quite funny, when you think about the United Nations Declaration of Independence of the Indigenous rights. document, rights of Indigenous peoples. It was really funny when that came to the fore here in Aotearoa, let alone everywhere else. People are going, oh, we're holding all this Indigenous knowledge in our repositories. What does that mean on a digital realm? What does that mean of how we're looking after it? So all of these we share through an international faction, and they're really, really big challenges. But again, you can only do so much because the people who are the decision makers within the organization might not be an Indigenous person that gets it. So what do? Create connections, which again reminds me of going to IFLA and someone going, oh, I live at such and such. How do I find the Indigenous people in my area? And I was like, well, I don't know. I don't live in your country. I wouldn't even know who they are. Do you know who they are? And they go, yes. And they go, how do I connect with them? And I looked at them and went, thought of picking up the phone? Really simple. Kia ora.
Well, thank you so much. I think I might have said that a few times myself to other people when they asked me similar questions, and or they ask for a current book list of Indigenous authors when they know how to use Google just like anybody else. So I think that there's some ways that people need to actually look after their own affairs and get to know the people that are located in their area. And this really has been so strong about relationships and how do we move forward. And also to respect, and how do we respect the Indigenous knowledge from other communities and honor and acknowledge their protocols moving forward. And I remember going to my first marae and how nervous I was because I was afraid to break protocol, and Anna Hara coming and saying that to me, and I was very much at ease. And I think these are some of the things that we've shared with each other through the years, that we have to have that respect for each other, but also to the comfortability to be able to actually discuss these matters of importance. Stacey, I wondered if you wanted to elaborate for a few minutes on some of the challenges that you feel we face moving forward with some of this work internationally.
Yeah, well, everything you've both said already. And I think that some of that, I was thinking, reflecting on sort of challenges. And I think part of it is that perception of sort of universalism, which I think is problematic when we talk about Indigenous matters, to recognize I'm not going to talk about someone else's community. And even in my own community, there's even things I will I won't speak to. Even in my own region. So I think recognizing that and that is in the larger context of something like IFLA, to say even in something like Indigenous matters is great variety. But I think, I think Anna Hara spoke to this also, while we have representation in the Indigenous Matters Committee from certain places, Canada, United States, Australia, there is areas that we do not. And it's those areas that concern me, that we know there are Indigenous people who are working in areas of knowledge or in repositories, and we don't know them yet, let's say, or we don't have their participation in a body like IFLA. And so I think, there are barriers to participating in IFLA. It's expensive. I am glad that they have recently made a policy decision where you do not have to attend 4 meetings in person. I think that was or was it three of 4? So you serve for 4 years and you have to serve, I think it was, you had to attend at least 3. And I know when I joined, I was actually very worried about how I was going to pay to get to the IFLA meetings. I was like, I'll just have to figure it out. So I think that change is significant and will help. And it is good to have in-person meetings, but it's also good to not have the pressure of having to attend in person as a criteria, because not everybody is supported at their institutions, depending. And then the other thing I'll just mention, I think we always hear all the time, but that Indigenous people do lots and lots of work serve on lots of committees, do lots of advising. And so it's also, it's always a time and space issue around who can participate and their ability to take on certain things. There's lots and lots of things we would like to do, lots and lots of things. And it's just trying to, how do we make time for some of those things, or free people to be able to do those things.
I just have a question for you, Stacey. Sorry about that. Sorry for butting in, Camille. And it's around the core elements for the LIS curriculum that IFLA has. So I've always wondered, and I always wanted to bring it up when Camille was chair, and I think I brought it up when Te Paia was chair, but you're still getting off the ground as the IM section. How does the Indigenous Matters section play a role in measuring the outcomes of the core elements for the LIS curriculum? Because the 11th one is awareness of Indigenous knowledge paradigms. So
yes,
how is that measured?
I don't know. Maybe Camille can. I think
I think Stacey knows that this is something that I've been passionate about for many years, is about accreditation, and how do we insert into accreditation the knowledge of Indigenous peoples and that respect for Indigenous peoples into the accreditation process. And I think that too often it's an optional course that people have to take instead of an actual core course within LIS or within the MAS program. So we really need to advocate for that moving forward, because the more people who are aware of how to respectfully engage and create relationships with Indigenous communities in their own countries and in their local area where they're working, I think that that's really critical moving forward, especially in this global environment, because we are constantly coming up against people not understanding some of the needs of Indigenous peoples, or even how climate change is affecting Indigenous peoples, especially in the islands and other places, and even within my own province. It was huge fires this year, and my family's, my in-laws had their community burned down, and so from climate change. So this is something that's critical to Indigenous people. How do we embed some of this knowledge into the work that we do? And I think that has to be looked at internationally. I don't know if we have the answers yet, but we're working on guidelines at the moment, and I think Stacey can talk about that.
I'll just like pop in with a little thing just to say we just finished the activity plan for the IFLA Indigenous Matters section, and there is actually a big section on LIS education. We have a number of people in this section who are really wanted to bring this forward. So that is definitely something that is going to be taken up with some, I don't know what the word is that I want to choose there, but it's definitely something that we're paying attention to as a section, and really want to move forward, that building on all the great work that has happened so far. And I see Tammy in the corner there, so I don't know.
I just want to make sure if anyone has any questions or comments before we wrap up.
Do you want to say that in 2023, the ILF is going to be held in Hawaii? So we're all hoping that COVID won't be an impact on us, and we'll get there and meet with you all. So please come along, and we'll advertise it everywhere that we possibly can. Kia ora, David.
Yes. I think I froze there for a minute, but I did want to mention that we will have both in Dublin, where if people can join us, and for the ILF in Hawaii. And I guess we have just a few minutes left, and I just wondered if each of you had a 1-minute closing comment to make. Anahara?
And actually, there's a comment also that David had just raised his hand too, so we can have time for that as well.
Yes. Okay. Anahara, did you want to make a closing comment, please?
Yep. I'll meet you on my home whenua in Ireland, and I'll find out my links there to my ancestral roots, and we're all on.
Great. And Stacy?
The same. I think yes. I'll looking forward to Ireland.
Yes, I think we all are. And it's funny that many of us have Irish roots as well as Indigenous roots. So I was laughing, thinking about all three of us investigating those more fully. So we're looking forward to that. But I also think that the Hui in Hawaii will be unbelievable because we haven't been together for a while. So I just want to say thank you, Maducho, thank you for my innermost being in Teltan, to thank you for coming today and for agreeing to have this wonderful conversation. And I believe we're going to have a word from David and then maybe some questions. Is that correct, Cami?
We're out of time, so we just have time for a word from David. Thank you.
Well, no, just I was going to ask, but I will take it offline, which was, you talk about, I think we're always trying to balance the universal with the very local and the unique. Part of what's driving this, for example, is I'm working on a lovely book called The Atlas of New Librarianship, which is ironic because in it is sort of a universal message that we can't be universal, right? Right? It's kind of like, it all depends on what's going on. But I'm curious, when you talked about, you brought up accreditation, you brought up LIS teaching as an LIS teacher, and having the great advantage of working with Lorene Roy. But is there something that in these different programs we should be teaching other than to appreciate, discuss, and work with Indigenous populations? Is there something special that we should be teaching?
And I'm sorry, it's a great question, but we are out of time. We need to go to our last session and then wrap up. So maybe people can
talk
respond.
offline. Thank you all very, very much.
Put up your email, David, and I might just hook up with you on a Zoom.
I'll do it.
That would be great. And I think that can be part of a future conversation if you wanted to email all of us and we can respond. David, that would be great. Thank you so much for that question. And I, again, thank you all for your time and for your attention today.
Yes, and I definitely encourage future follow-up conversations. This is all meant to be just inspiration and food for thought, and only the beginning of a larger set of conversations. Thank you so much, Camille. Thank you, Stacy. Thank you, Anahara. It's just wonderful to hear from all your perspectives. I know more of your stories. I wanted to hear more about all of them. So again, it's just like the tip of the iceberg, and hopefully you all can look for more information about them later, because lots to follow up on. I like how Michael said, it's like a living room conversation. It's familiar, insightful, and just great to hear. Now we move to our very last session of the day. I just want to mention that I have moved from my office to the church library at my daughter's preschool, which is kind of funny that I'm now officially in a library, not really intentionally, but here we are. So the way we designed this final session is an opportunity for the people who worked so hard to plan the symposium, who I want to just give utmost thanks to, because it was a lot of effort that everyone put into doing this, from reviewing the papers and the abstract submissions, to consulting on the format, to taking time to be moderator, and just giving us opinions along the way. It was a big commitment, and I thank everybody very, very sincerely. But we wanted to give a chance to those individuals to make some closing comments. The floor is open to anyone on the editorial board to make some synthesis remarks and comments. And then we just decided we'd wrap up like that to make this a bit collective. So Camille, if you have more to say, you are on the editorial board too, so you're welcome to continue. And then we invite Eric and Karen and Jorge, Marie, and Lowell to contribute as well. And of course, David.
Well, I think that I just want to say thank you for the opportunity of being able to share some of this work. And I really enjoyed the earlier sessions as well. Thank you so much to all of the moderators who were able to do all of that good work very early this morning in Pacific time, but it was wonderful to wake up to these interesting conversations. And I think part of this really shows that this work is just beginning. And I believe that these connections and relationships need to be strengthened. It's really wonderful to have on a more informal setting than an official conference where we're actually able to discuss matters of importance in international influences within librarianship. So I want to say thank you so much to Tammy and to David for bringing us all together. And thank you all for the wonderful conversations we've had this far.
Thank you so much, Camille.
And Tammy, may I add to that, that also Michael and all the others, I remember starting very early stage with David. We talked about the idea, what can we do? How should we approach this? And this is very recently. Sometimes in our library world, things seem to take forever to happen or to change or to come about. And sometimes it's just, it looks like an enormous effort, but like, look at where we are. We have stories from all over the world and all great stuff. I had to run out to the vet for an emergency with my dog, but I managed to come back in time for this. He's okay, but I'm gonna watch it all back, and I was happy to follow the roundtable session just now and get some of that. But definitely, we should treasure this very much and look back at it every now and then and really think about maybe the next time we do this, because this is so important that we're doing this. Thank you so much for making me part of this.
And if I'll just follow up on that, if that's okay. Because one of the things that struck me through this, well, I want to say day, but for us it's night, or evening at least, is that it's been a very long time since I traveled across the world like this, during this symposium, which was an absolute pleasure. And I think that the diversity of what we heard, and at the same time, there are some of the similarities, the things that we struggle with, is incredibly important for all of us to keep in mind in order for us to keep working cross nations or even cross cultures. And I think we need to have these types of conversation in order to keep understanding where we're each coming from, because that will even help us cooperate better in the future. And we need to do that. We know that we need to keep cooperating across the world to keep a strong sector. And I think one of the things about libraries is that the relationships and the network are so incredibly strong when you compare to a lot of other professions. And I think that's something that we should cherish and keep working on. So I just want to say thank you, David, thank you, Tammy, for making this happen and for making sure that we had these conversations in this fashion. So already heard so many things that I want to follow up on. So I'm really grateful to have been part of this. So hoping to keep the conversation up in Dublin, in Bucharest, in wherever in the world, but hopefully also in real life.
Thank you, Marie. And if I can just follow that, I mean, it's interesting. We all have our expertise areas, and then there's so many areas, it's hard to be experts on everything. I think we even saw that within one session to the next with the discussion of cataloging and the discussion of language and translation. And I really appreciate a lot of you were able to be here throughout the day so that you could hear how this carries over, and even to the level of seeking out expertise. You know, I think Sarah had a lot of resources for Alistair. So, you know, just great to learn from each other and to continue that as well. Lo, did you have any comments that you wanted to share?
Oh, I totally echo everybody's comments. It's a great opportunity, and thank the Tammy, thank David for really putting everything together. I mean, all of you are not my regular group of librarians that I meet with. So it's a really a learning opportunity for me as well. And lovely to, I learned a lot already today, you know, by hearing all of you talking about things that I you know, I probably heard about it, but never gave it a careful thought. But today, just hearing you guys talking about it, it's really good. I mean, I'm being a subject librarian, I'm very often deeply rooted in my subject, sometimes carried away by my huge projects from one to another. It's nice to you know, go out of my area studies librarian circle to meet all of you. And I think we all have something to contribute, but we all have so many things to learn each other, and that is only helpful. I hope I have more opportunities to, like Mary said, even meet you in person. That would be lovely.
Anyone else want to make some final comments? Thank you so much, Lo, for those.
Well, I just want to,
yeah.
Sorry, I just want to add that because of this, I got back in touch with my good friend Sarah, who was in the conversation at the beginning, first presenter, and I had a chance to read the whole piece she's written yet, and it's really like mind blowing. So I definitely, she's in the chat saying if anyone wants to know more. I think everybody was great, but definitely use the opportunity to get in touch with Sarah because she's really doing remarkable stuff. Really great. Thank you for getting us back in touch again.
Oh, and it's an analog book too, like in this virtual conference world. You know, that's
it is. Look,
book,
it actually we can do some movement, some
awesome.
angling here.
Sarah, anything you want to say to wrap up, and then we'll turn it over to David?
I just wanted to say thank you to all of you guys as the conveners for making it such a welcoming space and a great kind of, you know, conversation. And just echoing the comments of Marie and Camille and everyone here today, and Luo and David, and Eric and Tammy, you know, the ability for all of us to be able to hear these different points of view, but as you've pointed out, you know, the similarities, right? We all fight the same good fight. So it's great to have us all on the same team. And hopefully we can make these changes that we know, because we see in our communities. And we see across the world how important it is, and it's going to be a struggle, but that's what we're here to do. So keep up the good work, everyone.
That's a very inspiring closing note. So let's see, Christine, if you don't mind putting the slides back up, and then we can go ahead and hear David's final words. And then we've got a few announcements before the next time, and you can move to the next slide. Go ahead, David.
Well, yeah, now I got to follow Sarah's great ending comments. What I'd like to say is first, what I'm sure we're going to get to is an invitation to come next week where we take these conversations we've had in these different areas and try and think about how they fit together into an agenda for all, if that's possible. One of the things that I note as we've gone through these symposia, and I'm thrilled about it, is you lay out these nice little categories and everything threads through everyone, right? We've had discussions today very much around the idea of inclusion of different views. We've had a lot of discussions about a social agenda and moving people forward. So we've had discussions across that, and we've had discussions about what do we do now. One of the things, and I apologize that this is probably a personal observation, but having been in conferences and increasingly in international conferences over a 25-year period, it's been remarkable to watch the change of them. The discussions that we had today where we talk about libraries as remedies for injustice, when we have discussions about the idea of diplomacy and cultural diplomacy, coming up with the notion of countercultures, the texture of the world in policies, the notion of how we truly accept and build on our populations, even how we self-identify within our own cultures, I think is remarkable. And I think that it's remarkable because increasingly we're coming to common terms and common phrases that go well beyond the techniques that we use or the tools that we implement, demonstrating that librarianship is much more about a professional's way of seeing the world and helping other people realize their own meaning in it versus a series of skills that are applied to corpora and materials and such. While that's part of it, we constantly remind ourselves of the ultimate goal that we're doing. And so I think that is a fabulous thing. I want to very much invite you all to join us again. And then I'm I'll just sort of give the sneak peek. There are going to be more conversations after that we can draw upon. And so I will be knocking on people's doors and such. But thank you very much. I also want to just take this opportunity. We thank Michael, we thank the team and Vanessa and Clayton for being together. But I really want to thank Tammy, who really pulled this together and had a real vision for how she pulled it off. And so thank you, Tammy. I'll turn it back to you.
We did it. Thank you, David. And thanks really to everybody. It was a team effort, a true team effort. I do want to take a moment to say a special thanks to Sarah Massendale and Amy Shapley at AbleSC. They helped us with accessibility, and Sarah is not sighted. And so she used, she was the one who had the screen reader and told us where we fell short. And so it was just really great, a learning experience to work with her. And then Karen, Amy, and Terry from the University of South Carolina, all pivotal in helping us set things up. And then Anissa Alexander put together the slide templates. Tessie Halliday has been keeping time at every single one of these sessions, and we'll do it one more week, which is incredible. Michael August was right there with me doing the accessibility coordination and doing a lot of the other work that made this symposium possible. And Christina has been running the slideshow and doing the music and just doing so many other things. Also getting the slide templates up from week to week. So just a huge thank you to each and every one of them. And I think there's one more slide with our sponsors. Thank you. So we've not talked too much about them today. We didn't ask most of them for money. Only a couple of them actually provided money, but it's the moral support that really makes it us come together as a team and make this so effective. In particular, the British Library. Is great to have Liz Jolly join us for so much of the day, and the Institute for Museum and Library Services, and have their support. They are going to help us continue the support, continue the project with the publication coming soon. So we will be sending out messages about that. If you are not here as a presenter, if you'd like to participate in those conversations and those publication projects, please do contact us, and we'd be happy to follow up with you as well. I'll put my email in the chat. And with that, just want to thank everybody for a wonderful day, and look forward to seeing you all next week. There, I can type and talk at the same time. Yes, thank you very much. And thank you everyone for sharing your perspectives. Have a great day.
Great job, Tammy.
We did it. Thanks, David. Thanks, everybody. I'm not host on this machine, so I guess we can go ahead and close out the recording and reconvene next time.
Very good.